Ha ha! We'll just go like that, and then we'll put... Oh my god, come on. We'll put that in the middle there. Huzzah! Alright, you are now internet celebrities.
Except our names are backwards.
Are they? Did I fuck that up? Oh, I totally did. I suck.
That's all good.
Boom. Alright, and let's try that again in slow motion. This is alright, cool. And hey, there we are. Jeremy and Curtis. Terrific. And then when Shannon comes in, we can just fit her in there.
This is a starting kit. They gave me 2 extra daggers. Seriously?
Yeah, they give you a bunch of torches and shit too. And that's on top of the actual adventures kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about doing it online is like your adventures kit. It actually tells you what's in it.
Yeah.
Like have them go through the book.
Yeah,
and like,
no, it's handy actually. Those are a really good idea on their
Yeah.
part because literally, it's as far as shopping goes, you don't have to go down a list.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll just take
what are
this.
generally
Yeah.
used
And well, they
things?
have a
Well-
bunch of packs too. They have religious kit and adventurers kit and dungeoneers kit, and there's like little differences.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't want to take this. I don't want to take the Pythons. I want to take the torches. The dungeoneers as opposed to adventurers or mountaineers
Do
kit.
you only get to choose
The kits?
No.
Oh.
Like which kit you're choosing, does it depend on what you choose as a race and stuff? 'Cause
No. This is literally
There's
the
some
concept.
stuff that ties into your
kit
background.
Oh,
and-
yeah. So when you take a
Two.
class, you get a choice between gold or starting equipment. And so you can take starting gold as opposed to starting equipment and then just buy your equipment. So that's what's happening in the character creation.
Okay.
Yeah, you get I don't remember where that choice is, but you get that choice at some point. Do you want
It's
starting
right at the
equipment?
end.
Yeah, do you want starting equipment or starting gold? And then it just, there you go.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think
but
I
in
understand which
addition,
one.
if you choose something like noble as your background, you get extra items or
Yeah.
like different
Yeah.
This
backgrounds
is true,
have
yeah.
different other bonus things tacked on as
the
well.
proficiencies. Or
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you
There's
might.
that too, actually, in addition to what
I can
he's
carry a
talking about.
dragon chest set.
Yes.
Yeah, so like if you're a gambler, you get your choice of like dice
Dice.
or deck of cards. But then on top of that, you get your abilities, like you're saying, your skills, your proficiencies. So if you're a sailor, you get athletics, and you're able to sail ships. Obviously, being a sailor, so stuff like that, right?
Drink whiskey.
It's just you get a higher constitution. You should get a higher constitution for it. I mean, that's what dwarves are known for, right?
Yeah.
I
I always
love
find it
how
hilarious halflings don't get a strength penalty anymore.
They get enough for a dexterity bonus, don't they? Oh, a penalty. Oh,
There's
okay,
no
I get you.
penalties going on.
No,
beyond
that's
the
actually a thing. Is there's no more penalties that way. Now everything is positive, and I don't mean to be like it's got to be flowery, but like everything is a build up.
Yeah.
There's no detractors. Back in like the earlier editions, you had if you get a +2 here, you get a -2 there.
Yeah.
There's
Oh, yeah.
balancing factors, but that
which
still
led led to ridiculous min maxing.
yeah, quite so, as a matter of fact. Okay, so you're playing the roguish individual who's going to be an arcane trickster. You're still playing your dragonborn, and we got you who's a tiefling wizard. This is terrific. Okay, perfect, in fact.
Okay, and I'm guessing the other guy. So we have one that's still.
Shannon will be here at like 8:30ish.
Shannon will
Yeah.
be here, and then.
Yeah, she's got some experience, so I'm trusting she'll put together.
Who's the other guy? What's going on with him?
Patrick.
Oh, Patrick, yeah, his work schedule has been a problem 2 weeks in a row, so I was like, all right, well, let us know, so that's pretty much that. And then we've got potentially 2 more people for next week, so we may end up with like a 6-person crew come next week, who's to say. And, it goes like that during the summertime with work schedules, people going on vacation, it's just this constant undulation of population. That's the neighbor. All right, so shall we? Let's get on with the adventure. I can shut that, and then I can turn on that. And, alright. No, that's not quite what I want. Let's go with, how's that one sound? No, that's a bit sad. No.
That's
No.
too happy.
Well, these are all dramatics, but they they jump around. This'll work.
Yeah. It's at the beginning, so.
Camera's flying low over top the grassy fields outside of Cormyr. Overhead, the blue sky, rent with a couple of dark clouds coming from the horizon, lends to contrasted shadows in the ground as we pass through the grassies, headed towards a small village in the distance. Along the way, we pass by several swamps on the one side, tree lines on the opposite, and a roadway that we meet up with as it meanders into the frame from the right side. As we pan along against this, we see farmers come into view amidst the grassies. We see several of them making way amongst paddocks, fenced areas where we see livestock being moved around. We pass by barns, houses, as they thicken together, rendering a city after a moment. A small city, as we lift up into the air to get a bird's eye view. We see this whole of the place in sort of a diamond pattern against a bunch of mountains to the left. A protectionary shield against elements, as we can see winds blowing upon trees on the one side as shifting hairs on ahead. As we lower down and come upon a certain building, amidst them all, this two-story structure is more robust than the rest in the neighborhood. Its large stature, trimmed in wood with a bit of plaster between to make up the walls, has a large awning overhead, a sugared window. There's a sign in the window that says, what's your character's name? Dicentra?
Yeah.
Dicentria. Dicentria or Dicentria?
Dicentria.
Dicentria?
Yeah.
Alright. There's a sign in the window that says, Occult and the Arcane, Dicentrias, in gold swirl underneath. As we watch the door open up, there's a momentary nod from an individual as they throw their robe up over their head. An old man holding a sack as he puts away another, as we can hear the clinking of coins. Holding the one sack in his hand, he holds it in front of his face for a moment, giving it a sniff, and we see a little bit of a purple powder sift out of it. And he quickly tucks that into his robe on the opposite side and walks away from the door. We pass through the open door as it shuts behind the camera, and it rings the bell on the place. And we pan in to show you, situated behind the counter, as you're showing him the latest tricks from a book that has just been shipped in. As you're going through the various bits of the writings, showing him how the scriptures come together to make an arcanic spell, he's following on as best he can. After a brief moment, you use a couple incantations, a bit of thaumaturgy, and demonstrate how the spell works. This goes on for a little while as you guys conduct your tutelages. You're known around the area as the local witch after a fashion, although different people have different terms for you depending on what they think of magic. Regardless, you've been plying your trade here for a little while, or at least until the winds may take you elsewhere. You're currently employed by the city as a tutor of, as well as privately contracted occasionally with a couple of your cohorts, a specific dragonborn who's known to be good with the sword, and this individual who happens to be good with everything else. Together you guys make a little bit of a adventuring crew that has been known to be dependable, capable, and to get the job done for the right price.
Definitely important.
Yeah. So on this particular day, on this particular day, like any other, you have seen a couple sales go by, but something has been oddly amiss all of this week. It's about halfway through the week, and every so often, everyone who's arcanically inclined, including all of your clientele, yourself, and I can't remember, you're a paladin, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right.
Just
So,
to be totally clear, I don't technically have arcane.
do you have arcanic proficiency yet?
I do have proficiency.
You do?
in it,
Okay,
but
that's
I
good
don't
enough.
have any actual. Just. Yeah.
No, for sure. I totally appreciate that. So having said that, though, a lot of you have felt a strange wafting on the air, a tense darkness that seems to arrive and leave like a strange stink. The smell of sulfur, if you could attribute that to an arcane sense. A sort of thickness that sets you ill at ease before wafting off. It's been like this for a couple days, and it washes across you again, once more, as you're about to cast this spell. It's just a simple snap of the air meant to cause a little bit of an explosion, like a miniature fireball. It's supposed to be there and gone, but instead, it fizzles. And as you're staring at it, and you're staring at it, the both of you await for the magic to hit, and it doesn't. Until suddenly, it does. With a quick clap and snap, there's a puff of magic that strikes out of nowhere, unexpectedly. And it's the wrong color, it's the wrong shape, it's not a fireball at all. In fact, it creates a little miniature warp as you watch, it opens up a little hole, black in space and time, but minute, like this, just floating in front of you, and you feel a suction of air for a brief second before it suddenly closes altogether, and it's gone. As you stare at each other, it's about this time that the door opens up, and your compatriot walks in. You having come off of a quick delivery, where you were dropping off a few barrels of some base fluids for potion works in another town, as a matter of fact, next town over. Having just arrived, you could feel the strange sense just outside, and it seemed to have an intense wave of sort of a pull towards the shop as you came forth. So naturally, you're a little alarmed as you open the door and see the remains of what looks to be some sort of small implosion dissipating. A lot of you look at each other for a brief moment as this occurs, not sure of what to make of it. And you wonder if this isn't the culmination of it. All that you've felt so far.
Did you guys screw up casting the spell, or?
The coin pouch that you've received from the next town over weighs heavy with 200 gold in your pocket. Or at your belt, I should say. Yeah.
I'll take it off my belt and drop it down on the counter for now. There's the payment for the delivery. They paid us a little bit extra, actually, so.
Oh, wow, okay, fair enough.
Good job.
They apparently did give him a tip. All right,
Worth it.
that's fair done.
What'd you do for him?
Got there on time.
Drank them under the table. Pickpocketed them.
So, with that said, though, you enter in the payment. It's at this point you would just notate it in your ledger. And that said, though, the moment of the darkness has passed. The day commences on after this lesson. I don't know if you wanted to continue the lesson or if you wanted to ditch the lesson at that point. That's up to you guys. Would you continue the lesson after this, or would you want to start doing some figuring, or would you want to move on to the next task of the day? And the next task of the day is actually to go and tutor the mayor's boy.
I would be a little wary to do any more at that point
Fair
in that
enough.
location.
Fair enough.
Cheaped a lot.
Okay. So you moving on to the next task, or are you looking into anything that might have happened just...
Well, I think I'd like to look into what was going on.
Okay.
there.
With that said, if you want to do this, feel free to throw your d20 as an arcane check.
Okay.
And so you take your arcane bonus. You're proficient in arcane, yes?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because you're a wizard, you get it.
Yeah.
Some kind of focus thing.
Although it's not automatic, though, actually. I think Paul is a wizard and
picked
didn't take it.
arcane as my thing.
Cool. So you get your proficiency bonus plus your intelligence bonus on a d20 roll. Curtis, you can do the same with your character.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
your
just
character's
trying to
name?
understand.
Where do I find
I'm just
those?
checking something because I put it as like an enhanced thing, so I might have an advantage.
Okay.
Checking
Yeah, and if you
how that works.
that
Like-
little multi.
Because it has a circle around the dot.
Everything
And I
there.
think
Oh,
that was
skills
because I
and
made
actions
it
to do
a.
your equipment and styles.
It's not just trained.
It's a
It's a
specialization.
bonus thing.
Right.
With the class.
Okay, so Arcana, that's what we're doing? No.
Yes.
Yeah. Arcana.
Okay, so +5.
Terrific.
So whatever I roll.
Get you a d20.
Oh, never mind. Proficiency bonus is double. That's how that works.
Yeah.
20.
Natural or math?
No, 15.
Okay.
5.
I was going to say, well, way to set the pace. So with a math 20 and a
13.
13. You set to work upon it. You already have an idea of the conjuration magic, some sort of strange portal like this coming out of nowhere. It definitely is a gate, but how the heck you just cast a gate out of thaumaturgy, you're not sure. Regardless, you get him to start scraping bits of the counter away and storing them, which you dutifully do. Your arcana check is terrific for this. I need a dexterity check on top of this.
Okay.
As soon as he has flex, please.
Okay.
And as soon as he has the flex off,
18.
terrific stuff. You have them under a lens, and you're doing all sorts of experiments. You kind of just watch these two work as they're doing their thing. You have other duties, but your next in line, your next duty on the day's docket is also to help with the tutoring, because as well as a few lessons in magic, the mayor's paying you guys to teach him how to use a sword as well as helping his son with the faith, being a paladin, and you work actually with the church in town to kind of do the so it's what you guys do. So that said, you guys are kind of a service provider en franchise. I don't know how that term goes. Anyway, I think I'm making words up now. In any event, you guys get to researching. You make a bunch of notes about this, and what you figure is that there's a strange sort of bend to whatever energy is causing this is bending magic. So in that brief moment that you were trying to cast an evocation magic, it twisted into a conjuration magic, and it amplified, but it didn't. So it turned into something that should have been a lot more powerful, but it was on a really small scale. Because the gate is usually a lot bigger than so. Whatever that was is very minorly powerful. But you make as many notes as you can about it, which is actually a decent half a page with a bunch of theories on it. And after you've got all your notations down, I mean that's about it. So that gets filed to the side, and it's off to tend to Lord Rutger's family matters.
I think I left my windows open. I'll
Yeah,
be right back.
do you think? So. This is real brief.
I'll just be my paladin and practice shield surfing outside.
But my AC isn't working, so.
No, that's not right. Gonna need. Is that the one I want? Please say yes. As you approach the mayor's house, it's usually a fairly jovial place. The mayor is not known for being a angry or typically irate individual. Far from a misanthrope, he is a very much man of the people and is known as such. But as you approach his home, it seems somber, almost as if the clouds themselves are collecting overhead for what seems to be a saddened moment. And as you come towards the doorway, it opens in as you approach it. Much to your surprise, a disheveled, I want to say butler, but that's not the right term. A disheveled servant opens up the door and looks towards you, wringing his hands as he takes his hand off of the doorknob and gives him a wipe, and looks towards you and says, "Hello, I'm sorry, I was not expecting anybody to be there. Are you expected? May I ask your names?" Oh, and then he kind of blinks twice, and you can see he's got like red eyes from tears and whatnot. And he blinks a couple times and says, "Oh yes, of course, it is that time, isn't it? Please do come inside. Don't let me get in your way." And he moves to the side and he opens the doorway for you. And so you can see the room beyond, the foyer to the mansion. You've been here plenty of times. The boys' room is up in the corner. You guys typically go up there to study off to the side, and the training yard in the back. You can see that the door at the back of the foyer is open, revealing the kitchen beyond, and you can see a bunch of guards standing there, listening and nodding, but you can't see who's talking. You can hear a bit of murmured speech. And the servant, as you observe upon this, he says, "There's a bit of a matter that it's most distressing, but it's not my place." And he beckons you to enter in.
Let's move inward. Should we see what's going on in the kitchen?
Let's take a peek in the kitchen.
Okay.
As you cross the foyer, you can hear the light wailing of a woman up from upstairs. It sounds like someone very distraught, but trying to stifle themselves, as you can hear. And then you hear the blowing of nose, right? To kind of echo out across the whole of the place. It sounds very wet.
Is that a trumpet?
As you enter in upon the kitchen area, you see, sure enough, the guards standing there, all in line, the four of them resolute. You can see by their chest pieces that they are of the higher, they're sergeants as opposed to just regular dudes. These guys run crews, and they're listening to, from what you see, not the mayor, who's situated behind them. He's got a rag up against his face, and he's staring down at the counter, and he looks up slowly towards you, and he looks across the lot of you, and then he lowers them again. And then he leans back, drawing in his breath, and you stare upon the captain of the guard there, who's in a low murmur saying, "We have to find them immediately. We don't have a lot of time. We have to cross all the swamps. We have to cover as much ground as possible, and I want all the horses out on this. I don't want anyone sitting down. Oh, can we help you?"
I think we need to ask.
We need
what's
some
going
information.
on.
What's going on?
The mayor gets out from behind, a rotund fellow, colorfully dressed with a floppy hat that he still has, and as he stands up, he pulls it down. Or sorry, actually, the rag that he was holding is the floppy hat that he usually has on his head. He picks it up and he puts it on top of his head, and you can see the crusty spot where he's been sobbing into it. As he looks upon you with his massive rosy red cheeks and his tear-stained eyes somberly staring at you, he says, "The boys are gone. They were kidnapped. They've been taken. And they left that." And the guard, the captain of the guard holds up what looks to be a piece of papyrus that simply has the writing upon it, reading, "You will deliver 500 gold to the swamps outside of Fallen's Rest, else you'll never see the lad again."
Can we inspect the scroll?
The captain of the guard is actually holding it aloft, such that you guys could take it and look at it if you wanted.
Did anyone see them?
The captain of the guard shakes his head. "We haven't had any reports yet." And he looks over towards the mayor imploringly, and the mayor says, "I trust these people. They have been good to my family. Do you think perhaps you could help? I don't know if this is right of me to ask, but I don't know who else I could trust."
It's just a jaunt in the swamp. What could go wrong?
We got nothing else to do.
Simple enough.
We got plenty to do. We can always pull a fast one over on them, and by taking a bigger bag, filling it with small pebbles, and putting a smaller bag inside of the bag.
And he comes
with
towards you and
50
he
gold
grabs you by the collar and he says, "You will not risk my son's life!" And he's jostling you for the moment, and he just loses all his strength
How
as
much are
he
you
falls
paying?
into it. And he just sobs and he looks towards you. "I will pay the 500. And if you do this, I will give you 200 gold each. Please, do not risk my son's life."
Very well, simple enough.
Yep.
We'll
You
get
give
them
your
back.
nod.
When do we start?
Let's set out.
Which direction is the swamp from the house? Is it behind the house?
The mayor gives a weak smile and steps back as the captain of the guard steps in and says, "Are you sure you can do this? Are you aware of the danger of entering into those swamps? The fishmen are especially violent against any sort of intrusions upon their homeland."
Don't question my skills.
With that said, the captain of the guard steps back and gives you guys the nod and looks towards the mayor, and the mayor says, "Yes, if you will not send your men in there and they are willing to, you will let them," he says to the captain, and the captain just gives against my better recommendations, but you may do as you wish. And he puts the parchment down and he says, "Men, come. We will still be searching the countryside. You do that, please. For if they are on the move, I wish to know. I cannot risk losing them."
We
Let's-
just grab the parchment.
Okay, and you do so. You step forward, you take the piece of parchment off the table, and you can see the ink is immediately, like, you know inks, right? You've been around, you run a shop, you know inks. And immediately when you pick this up, not only does the parchment feel slimy, but the ink is running. And so as instinct, your insight, your passive insight actually tells you, this is your insight plus 10 is your passive insight. I'm assuming in your case is going to be like 12 or better because you're a wizard, but I could be wrong. So if you look under your skills,
Sorry, I'm like, where?
no, it's all good. Your skills though.
Oh. Where is it now?
Passive insight.
Oh. 13.
Sweet, yeah. So with that said, you immediately insight in vegetables. It's vegetable based. It's not It's not out of sorts for this area, so it would have been made locally. This is not some fancy high-board ransom note you incite from this. The parchment itself feels like it was pressed somewhere around here, like it was just a bunch of leaves slapped together to make parchment. And as I said, the ink smells like something that would have been made from stuff grown around the area. You recognize this stuff. It was definitely from this region. So whoever took them
Is from here.
is from here.
Maybe we should look around in town first. Try to find
Yeah.
the type of ingredients that they use for the ink.
Or should we look around
If you think that-
the
Swamp.
manor first as well?
Talk to the wife.
Yeah. Talk to the wife.
Do you think the ink is important? This is a simple matter. We just need to bring the money, get the prisoner back.
It's true.
And slaughter them all.
Only if necessary.
Slaughter them all. I'm a vengeful paladin.
So what's everybody's passive perception here?
Passive perception 12.
Okay.
And stuff. Passive. It'll be good.
It'll be perception plus 10.
14.
Okay. And yourself?
Is that the same one?
It's on the first screen sentences.
Top one.
Oh, 11.
Okay.
Yes.
You can hear the mayor muttering. He's muttering and staring out the window. And you can hear, as you focus in on him, clearly the words, warn them not to play out there, warn them not to play near there, not to play nearby those parts, the dangerous places, not to play there. Don't, why did they go there? It was because they went there, I swear. Why? And then he looks over towards you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And he stares back out the window, not muttering anymore.
What are you thinking about?
He looks towards you. I warned them. And he stares out the window, not to play nearby that part of town. It is nearby the swamps, Cosp. We have been beating back the swamps, chopping down the reeds and drying the place out. We have been carting in dirts to push back the territories. But still, my boy, he plays out there. He makes forts. He plays with the other children of those neighborhoods. He says this and he looks down and he looks back up. And now my boy is gone. And now someone wants money for him. If I should ever see him again.
You'll find it.
He looks at you imploringly. He gives a nod, gives you a pat on the shoulder, looks at you as he walks past a lot of you, looking into each of your eyes. He gets to the doorway, and you can hear him kind of like lust for a moment. Sits there, steadies himself, and then walks out, leaving you guys in his office alone. So you're standing there with the note in hand. It says clearly you have to head to Fallen's Rest. Fallen is spelled Fallon. It's a crossroad with a tavern at the edge of it, an old defunct place that hasn't seen any life in ages. It is known as Fallen's Rest, although whatever it used to be called, nobody knows. In fact, nobody really knows why it's called Fallen's Rest. But it's only about a mile out of town in the direction that he was stipulating. That the swamp land is being pushed away at. So you get the town going out to whatever point now, and it's a bit more sparse the further away you get from the center, obviously. But it gets even more sparse as it heads towards the swamp areas, where you guys are aware of what they've been doing, but you actually haven't seen it in a while. You haven't bothered to go out and see like how far they've pushed back the swamps. You might have even forgotten altogether.
I think we should go.
Yeah.
Yes. Further playing with your inks might endanger that boy.
As he says this, you think about these inks again, and you smell that, and it's familiar for some reason.
The same scent as the arcane magic earlier.
No, it's just like you know that smell, and it's something that's from around here. It's for sure something from around here, and you keep thinking about it like, what could it be? How about you make a roll? Let's say a nature check. How's that?
Yeah.
Let's make a nature check for us. Let's see if something can spark in your mind. So roll a d20 and add your nature if you have it. If not, I'm pretty sure it's street intelligence. 14 plus.
Is it that?
So a decent intelligence. It's gonna be at least 50.
Yeah, I think so too. 3? Okay, awesome. So with a 17, you think about it, it's got to be cooking related. You think it's... you're not... Are you a culinary individual? I don't know what your character's like that way. But you think to yourself, you know you've smelled this over a stew. It's something, some sort of vegetable or something like that. And you start looking around the kitchen. And looking around the kitchen at different things. And suddenly, as you're doing this, they start to take notice. Do you tell them what you're looking for? Or do you want to just roll perception?
No, I just want to roll.
Go ahead and roll perception.
20.
With a nat 20, your eyes lock on it. It's a little paint set off to the side. And as you look upon it, you catch sight of, sure enough, a bunch of various, there's beets situated next to this little pot and a brush sticking out of the pot. And it's just yonder. You can easily grab a hold of it and lower it down. And do you do so? Do you expect upon it?
Yes,
As you lift down this little clay wooden tray with a clay pot upon it, you can see inside, sure enough, it's a sort of reddish ink that's exactly what it was. It was beet juice. You would recognize that immediately. It's simple beet ink.
So they're basting. It's a kitchen. What do we care?
It could have been someone in the house that wrote them out.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
Oh, that's the note.
Yeah.
No, she's found a brush and a pot with beet ink, and it matches.
I understand it. I'm just like,
Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
No,
Sorry.
I'm very quick to engage.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll just be right back.
It's like, we're wasting time. Go.
Yeah, we just need to go out. I think we need to talk to the wife.
Wife.
It is a major character. It is a major character
flaw.
We need to maybe inspect the
Yeah,
hands.
maybe he was kind of
rubbing
his
it
hand.
off.
Yeah. Maybe the guards
Yeah.
could have kidnapped him and made a
Well, you're
faux
playing
kidnapping.
with your beet juice. That kid may be dying.
It's that beet juice of blood.
I'm a vengeful paladin. I'm not a good paladin. I see it, I kill it. Interior settings.
Want some watermelon?
Sure of, huh?
Oh man, balls in the
I know it's actually so. Roll 4.
You fail on your dexterity. Okay.
It's fine. It's good. It's perfect.
So what do you think should be the first step? The butler? Or the servant?
There's like a montage of you guys shaking people down.
Yeah.
The butler.
I think
Where were you? It wasn't me.
Today.
The fucking serving girl. Where were you? It wasn't me.
I think the butler.
Yeah.
So you give him a swirly in the bivvy or what?
Yeah.
Swear to me! It shows you as a Dragonborn holding the guy over top of the bear's leg.
put the child, boy?
He's a
Alright.
really old man.
The butler's name is
Sorry, the son's name. I assume we know that.
Oh, Jasper.
Jasper. Thank you. So I'm not constantly referring to the boy.
No, the boy. The boy going to die.
Maybe talk to the butler about the last time he saw the kid.
Yeah.
All right. You approach him as he's situated outside. He's currently uncapping a rain barrel, and he's got another one that he's got set with a lid, and he's hammering the nails into position on top of it. As you approach, he puts the hammer down. Yes. How can I help you?
When was the last time you saw Jasper playing around here?
Jasper, he was helping me earlier move the wood that I had just chopped for the property. He was at the start of the road. I had moved in the last of it. And he said he was going to walk to the market, see what there was to see. I knew that his father had no business with him until later today, and I did not see any harm in letting him go.
Did he say he was going with anyone?
Well, it was this morning. He said he would be back shortly.
Did anyone see you with him?
We're wasting time.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Mary Beth would have seen the scullery. She met with me a moment whilst I was bringing in the butter for the day.
And she saw you with Jasper, for sure.
Yes, he nearly ran her over as she brought in the wood. So. You don't think I had something to do with this, did you? My goodness! And he grabs a hammer and just goes back to hammering nails.
He's hammering them aggressively or just at a regular?
He's disheveled, like he fucks up a couple times and then he just kind of like puts it down and then he has to go back to focusing to do it.
Can we check to see if he is telling the truth or not?
Yeah, by all means. Your passive insight at a glance, like just looking at him, he looks distraught. He looks upset. You would say sad from his expression, pained, perturbed, unsure. And if you want to roll insight to see any further or to confirm your suspicions, by all means, you can feel free to do so. If you want to just slam X and doubt him, shake him up. Tell me the truth.
Oh.
You just stab him. I mean, it is D&D. You
Just stab him.
Cut his head right off.
I'm not
Rampage right out of here. What's your alignment? I mean, however you want to do it. This is a game of imagination, let's face it. How bent is yours?
I'd like to know who that other person was that he was talking about that saw.
The scullery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where we can find.
Do you ask him?
Yes, I'm asking.
He tells you she'll be out back at this time, probably bringing the cows along for their evening milking. No, you don't. Yeah, there's
Let's go.
evening milking.
Do-do-do.
You go check with her.
Yes,
Make sure that she
I
saw.
literally run.
Make sure that she saw Billy and the boy together.
As these two are bandying, it shows you, boing! There's like a U-shaped cloud in the background. So it pans across to show you outside looking for the scullery, and it shows you guys in the background approaching, and you can hear. You don't see what's going on. You just see like the shadow of somebody moving something up and down against the wall of this barn as you walk in. It's a rather contrast shadow, and it's a violent motion, I have to
You saw me
admit.
first. Oh, okay, fine.
You guys hear the singing and the violent squishy noises, and you just shove them forward. No, this is your business.
Yes.
Gonna need a dragonborn for this.
We need to talk to you about Jasper now.
The voice and singing suddenly stops, and the woman drops the handle and slowly comes waddling around, and she's a large Nubian woman. What the hell do you mean? Talk about Jasper. She looks upon you, and she looks like she's in her mid-40s there. Of course, black don't crack, but my point is she's got her hair up in a bun, and she's wiping her hands on her apron, and you can see like there's cream stains up and down her from her churning the shit.
You were one of the last who saw him. Where is the boy?
You grab a hold of her?
Yes.
Alright, fair enough. She screams out, oh my goodness! She's a rather large lady, so she's gonna, with a strength check, throw you off.
Oh.
She's gonna get 9 plus bonus, so she's coming out at a 12. What do you got there? Oh, natural 1! She surprises you in the barn and under the muck, under the hay with all the muck. You slide upon it, easily enough falling backwards as she throws you down judo style. She says, you don't handle a lady like that! She just like adjusts herself, brings her bosom up into position, moves herself around in her dress, adjusts herself. How dare you manhandle me like that! At which point she backs up off you. Now, what is it you're saying about that boy?
Do not waste my time.
Are you trying to help the master with his boy Jasper?
You were the last one seen with him. Where? What happened?
It is true. I was one of the last. That poor boy,
I don't know where he's gone to. I was the one who gave him his lunch. He said he was going down to market. I said, take an apple and take this with you to nosh on a little wrap of. And she's getting all choked up and having a tough time talking about it, and she
was the
collects
lunch?
herself.
What
It was just
What did you give
an
him?
apple and a little sandwich, a little bit of meat and bun. Wasn't nothing harmful. I swear it. I'd never bring harm to that lad. I helped rear him.
Did you see which direction the boy went?
I did.
Which
He
way?
said he was going to market, and I thought it odd that boy was headed towards the east side. His daddy don't like him going towards the east side on account of them ruffian boys that he likes to hang out with.
Which way is the market? The east side or
The market's northerly, sir. The market's northerly from where we're positioned. Services all of the folks coming in along the river. That boy, though, up to no good every time he hang out with the ruffian boys. That's surely where he must have gone then, for he's disappeared. I haven't the heart to say anything. The master already knows, though. If he'd have just gone to market, Jasper would be home.
Does anyone else on the grounds here know about these ruffian boys?
Camera pans against you guys as you ask her this, and she just shakes her head, looking at you and you, and looking at her feet afterwards.
That was the last we saw of him.
This is a waste of time. We should get on with this and go find the boy.
Let's take off. Let's go to the market.
In case you're wondering, they had a fort, those boys. He was drawing it. He was drawing the picture of it.
Where was it?
Do you know if he drew a map?
He drew it in beet juice. I helped him just the other week. Made him the ink. Showed him how it was done.
Come with us. We need to identify this ink.
She says-
Was this the same ink?
She looks at it. I don't know. Now, as she says this, something hits you. It is a different color. And you look at it and you're like, how did you miss that before? But it's still a little bit, like, you can actually still do this with it and look at it against your skin. Hang on, what color is your skin? Your skin's like blue or red or something, so never mind.
It's purple. Yeah.
Apparently low blood ox.
So a clear canvas, you are not. Are you? No, you're a dragonborn. Fuck, never mind.
I'm human.
I'm a blue dragon.
But are you white?
Yes.
You are? Okay. Do you identify as? Okay, so you look upon the note there, and as you hold it aloft, she looks at it and says, "I couldn't tell you rightly, sir. I couldn't say if that's the same ink. Sure as hell smells like beet."
The hell is a different color?
I just realized I don't have the chat up. Oops. Just the worst stream over here.
It's got like so much tech.
Just like pouring out of the wall.
Oh shoot!
Magic again. Right?
Now we're over.
That's right.
Now the chat's on.
That's right. Now
Turn
we're in
on the chat
business.
to work.
All right, there we go.
I think we need to see the map in person.
Yeah.
Is what we need to do.
Do you know if he has a map in his room or anything? Or did he give you a map?
I know. We drawn one. She starts to think about it a little bit. He probably still have it in his room. He's got a desk up there.
Let's go to
Yeah.
his room.
So let's go to his room. No point in
We'll
waiting
putter
in
about
line.
some more.
No point in rushing into things blind.
All right, there we go. Gave my viewers some love. I did my streamily duty. So you guys head up the stairs one after the next. Your footfalls have that doesn't. I know.
Alright, you can call them out of the coconut.
You guys just all get up on top of one another like adult man from BoJack Horseman, and making your way up like Cirque du Soleil. Anyway, so giraffe party of adventurers that you are. What's that over there? It looks like it. So you guys make your way up the stairs one after the next easily enough. Or do you? Do you all head up the stairs, or does anybody want to inspect upon anything else around the place? Okay.
No,
Easily
I want
enough.
to talk to the wife still.
Fair enough. As you guys head up the stairs, you can hear the stifled wailings that have now become stifled sobs still echoing out from under a door at the far end of the balcony in the foyer. So as you head up the stairs, there's the boys' room over here, as I said, in the corner, and the sobbing is coming from yonder. With that said,
The wife first or check the room first?
Let's get the map.
The map first?
Huh?
Alright.
you head into the boys' room, and the first thing that strikes you is the room is somewhat Spartan. It's got a wooden shield and what you assume to be a real or perhaps ceremonial sword situated on the wall. The wooden sword, the wooden shield, has many actual cuts and strikes and impacts in it, and you can see that it's a well-unused training shield that looks like it's quite old. And the sword situated there is a ceremonial piece, from what you can tell from the hilt being rather decorated. You can't really tell at a glance if it's functional. Otherwise, it's a long sword about 4 feet in length. Really long sword, as a matter of fact. The boy's bed situated under a window, and to the right of that sits a toy chest, or if you want, a footlocker of sorts, brimming with little bits of stuffies and wooden toys just kind of hanging out of there like a little Toy Story. And to the right of that sits the desk. And you can see it's got a single central drawer, and next to it, conspicuously, a small wooden toy soldier. And alongside that is a narrow bookshelf full of what you can see from a glance are various stories. You can see the Halfling in the Dell, and my elf doth come, Beauty and the Troll. There's a bunch of them on
Go
there.
up to the desk and write
Goes
through
into
the
some weird
drawers.
stuff.
Check for the paintbrush.
As you approach the desk, looking upon it, you see the drawer, and you see that it's got a little keyhole upon it.
We need to get into it.
Giving it do you give it a test?
Yeah, try to.
You give it a yank, and sure enough, it jostles. It's locked.
Alright. Why don't you guys do something about it?
Want me to open it, or do you just want to ask them to open it for us? They're the ones that hired us.
Just open it.
Alright. I actually have tools. Let me check. Honestly, I'm a rogue. I should have tools, and I have money for tools, but whether I actually
I've
want
done
to
that.
get them,
I've done that embarrassingly several times.
I spun this character so quickly, I may have actually.
So you have tools, having said though, and meanwhile you're gonna
I'm gonna check the footlocker.
Natural 10.
okay. With a 10 plus your bonus, you easily snap the desk lock open without issue. Within a brief second, with a deft twist, does the desk lock unlatch and you pull it open to find inside a stack of parchments. Meanwhile, off to the side, the Dragonborn. I don't know, I'm kidding. But you start sifting through, or do you literally just dump out the footlocker? What would you like?
Open it up and
Okay, so first off, the thing is puking with toys. Like, it's just chock full of toys.
putting
Okay.
them off.
So you carefully take them out. Carefully, but you considerately. Yeah, for sure. You're not like tossing it, but you're not throwing it around. For sure.
Scooby-Doo style.
So yeah, you manage to dig through the pile of stuff, getting to the bottom of it easily enough. After about 2 minutes of just digging, you get to the bottom of this thing. Along the way, it's literally just a whole bunch of different animals, either stuffed and sewn or carved out of wood, and some of them are mechanical after a fashion, meaning you put one on the ground and you can kind of move it forward and the legs kind of flop around with a little wheel that causes them to jump. Some really neat stuff. There's one you pull the tail on it and it brays. It's a horse. There's a knight that you can exchange the implements on. Oh, here's his partner. He's missing his head. And there's a whole set of them in here. Here's the legs off of one of them, and this guy's broken in half. So you find the whole action figure set.
Yeah.
You find a couple. Never mind. I'm not going there. But you find a range of very.
You know you want to.
You find a couple naked female dolls in there. You're not sure what those would be from. There's one that's got like a bunch of holes drilled. You put that aside really quickly.
I'm gonna stick that in between the mattress.
You find a whole series of them. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so seriously, that was
right?
you dig through there,
Boys.
and your passive perception was 13, if I remember correctly.
Passive perception 12.
Good enough, actually. Perfect. And yeah, you've got a 14.
Mine's 14,
Yes.
but do you want me to give me an indifference penalty or something?
No, it's fine. You're still working on yours. I just wanted to say real quick. You notice that there's a handle in the side. That's really fucking epic music. And really not
Toy box
like
handle.
wow, eh? Oh my god,
Epic toy.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the toy box.
Bite my arm off.
Like seriously, the toy box that's directed by Michael Bay. So a handle in the corner, and sure enough, it's inset. It's just a little. It's a little half moon scoop carved into the corner that you can see would be big enough for a kid, or small enough for a kid to stick their fingers in to pull open. You can't tell if it slides or if it lifts or what it does. You see that hole right there, and aside that, you also see a little hole.
A little hole right beside it.
Mm-hmm. Just a little perfect cylindrical hole. And it does have a metal ring to it, so it looks like intentionally there, like a lock tumbler even.
Oh yeah. Does anyone have like a small metal stick or?
You got a crowbar?
I have
No.
an incense.
Like a stick of incense?
Yeah. You jab that in there.
That won't pick a lock. As someone who has a lot of incense, I can tell you, it won't do
thieves'
it.
tools.
Like literally
Yeah.
thieves' tools. Yeah. You
Alright, you wanna come try this? There's a secret compartment at the bottom of this chest here.
Just try to help.
Do you want to try and jostle it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try like lifting it.
I
pulling
can
it back
crowbar
first.
or I can thieves' tool.
It doesn't lift. You try sliding it, and it goes dunk, and it's like, oh, it's gonna. Oh, never mind.
Alright. Yeah, I think you gotta.
Crowbar.
I think if you just put like a. pin
That's what you
in there.
do. Yep. You're like, hey, if you just. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're the expert, man.
Jump on it.
You watch him.
6.
You're talking to him as you watch him do this, and he's just like clink,
6.
crank.
Actually,
It doesn't
6.
take much at all. It
That's
doesn't
a
take much.
strength check.
Quite no. It's literally just a technique check in this case, and it'll work. 6 with a crowbar, done. In your case, finesse is not
I didn't want to
necessary.
break his toys.
Well, he doesn't care. That said, though, you
Probably dead.
crack open the door easily enough as it literally creaks apart, and you hear a bit of smashing wood inside. It comes open, just popping. Whatever locking mechanism it had, he breaks off, and you hear something kind of sproying inside as it pops apart, and underneath you see a leather jerkin. And the moment you look upon it, you can almost see like a halo of heat wave waft
Jerkin?
off it. A jerkin, like a vest.
Okay.
It's simple brown, but imagine when you look over a fire, you see that heat wave.
Oh, yeah.
As you're staring upon it, you can see this heat wave resonating around it.
There might be something special about this
I
vest.
put the back of my hand to it very lightly to see if it's actually hot.
Doesn't no, it feels like leather. Tickles a little bit, weirdly. Oddly.
I pick it up.
You do?
Yeah.
What are you doing though? You were doing the other thing, weren't you?
Oh,
Weren't
I
you
thought it
working
was
on the jar?
in the thing I just opened.
No, he's working on the toy jar.
Okay,
Toy box.
my bad.
Yeah, did you open the toy box?
I thought it was
No.
under. I thought. it had
Oh,
the
you
full
did. You did
14.
just no. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. You crowbarred it.
you
That's
crowbarred
true.
it.
Actually, that's fair. Okay, he reaches in and he grabs out the vest and he's holding it. Sorry, I thought for some reason. As you hold the jerkin aloft, sure enough, you guys can see the radiating vaporous sort of vision over top the jerkin, and you can feel a resonant sort of magic coming off of it.
Something special about
In
this.
fact, you all can feel it easily enough. A
I
resonant
run
magic.
over and I grab it and I put it on.
You're trying to rip it out of my hands.
Throw strength.
Oh,
I will
have no
oppose that.
strength.
Go for it. You never know how the dice will
I will
go.
oppose if she's trying to rip it out of my hands.
Which she does actually sign your checks. She literally employs you. And teaches you.
Very well.
Are you?
We're having a tug of war with the magical vest. Ready? 17.
You win.
Oh no!
I
So
put
quick
it
as a
on.
wink. You don't even grab it out of his hand. I just want to say, you're holding this thing, and suddenly you come in. Whoop! That's like a glove. Anyway, the moment it comes upon you, you feel it shtunk, like the Nike fucking lace-ups, right? Except these ones don't need software updates. Point being, though, the thing laces up around you, and the moment it does, you feel a sort of as it like draws the breath out of you, and then it relaxes easily to let you breathe easily, like it's adjusting to you. How nice! As it does this, you feel a sort of warmth
Insta Taylor.
and yeah. Suddenly your shoes look nice.
One size fits all.
Right? So you feel a weird warmth around where the leather touches your skin at the edges of it, but the rest of you feels normal. So it's like just at the edges. It doesn't irritate, it doesn't chafe. Just feels like a magnetic heat, if you will, as it just is holding itself against you. With that, you have a +1 to armor with this leather armor.
We're done robbing our client.
We're not robbing. We're just bringing him the necessities he needs to live.
You guys can see that there's a slight glow off of her. She can't really tell. You can't really tell this, but you're actually illuminating the area by for 10 feet all around with a
There
low
goes
light.
stealth.
You're a light bulb. Got it.
Literally. There
that would've been
might
bad
be a
idea
way
for
to
me
turn that
anyway.
off. Just gonna throw that out there. But just so you know, in D&D, typically magic items might have a way to work with them. So just so you know. That
Is
said,
there a
though.
way to add the armor to my...
Yeah, so if you look for it, there should be a +1 leather armor.
If you go to the
Yeah, so just
square
add
tab,
item.
equipment, and then manage equipment.
How does spell failure
Manage
work?
equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Spell, sorry?
And then
Like things like
If you
spell
just search
failure and
for
mages and
leather
armor
armor
categories. I
plus
know
one, I think
proficiency.
it is.
Is that as far as it goes now? If
Uh,
you're proficient, that's not a problem.
I think you just have to make an
Enough.
arcanic
I think
check.
it's just leather armor plus
If I remember this correctly, you make an arcanic check for certain armors. I may be full of shit. You're gonna have to forgive me though. I don't play often enough to know the rule
Yeah.
there. If you can look that up, that'd be really nice, because then we could know.
Because, yeah. I just don't remember whether mages are supposed to generally be unarmored. Or they suffer in this.
You can take armor proficiency and combat casting. I think combat casting helps you
I'd
there.
imagine you're proficient in
But
light.
if you put in leather armor plus one, so just
Oh,
pick-
just leather +1.
yeah,
Oh.
and then it'll come up with armor, leather.
Plus
Q works too.
And it does have that in there, right? The light armor.
Yeah, leather plus one.
Yeah. Yeah, that part's easy.
Q. Why won't it come up for me? Sorry, guys.
No worries.
So leather.
We're all learning together.
Press space.
You're a wizard, right?
And then go plus.
She is, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just curious how that works in this edition.
Can I just put the leather light armor? Is that the same thing?
Yeah,
Should be.
Plus one's not showing up on hers.
Oh, you have to go to magic.
Add it.
You have to
Oh.
check the magic box and then
Well, because I just clicked armor, leather plus one.
Oh,
it shows
hold
up
on.
Mine.
When you say leather light armor, are you saying it's light armor that's leather? Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I
feel
think
retarded.
so.
this.
Yeah, but when I put in leather.
Right, yeah, so that's just normal.
Here, I
When I put leather plus armor, it shows up on mine, not hers.
Yeah, okay. Is she linked
your
into the
character-
campaign properly?
Yeah, that's really the
Because if
thing.
it's basic rule set, you might have a problem.
You did add your character to the campaign. Yeah,
You
She's
did.
totally,
not,
yeah,
yeah.
totally did. That's what I'm saying. So it should be
You're
loaded.
not proficient. That's why. When you turn the proficiency filter on, you don't see any.
But you're not. No, you don't need a
When I turn it
proficiency
on,
for leather though.
I'm pretty sure you do actually. Apparently.
But I could add the leather armor.
Leather shows up, and then I check proficient, and it disappears. So she's not proficient in light armor.
That's funny. As a
That's-
wizard, I thought you had. No, of course not. No, that makes sense then. Okay, so you're not proficient in the armor, but she should still be able to put it on.
She can put it on. I just don't know the impact.
Well, it makes certain things run at disadvantage, but I'm not sure offhand what.
Like I definitely have it.
Like speed.
No, not speed.
No, it doesn't affect speed. I have to look it up.
Yeah, now I have to figure that out. But
Kind of bad when we don't remember stuff like this, eh?
It's these really basic ones that we forget.
Manage equipment. Leather.
Let's see, can you wear it when you...
Just like a bazillion. For some reason, so leather plus, you gotta load more twice, and then you get leather plus one.
Oh.
And then you have to go and actually
Delete the
check.
other one.
Yeah, you don't have to delete it, you still have it, unless you're literally dropping it in the room.
There you
Oh
go.
no, I mean the one I accidentally clicked.
If you
Yeah,
wear
sorry.
armor
Oh, you-
that you lack proficiency in, you have disadvantage
Oh, you
on
didn't
any
have that.
ability check, saving throw, or
Oh,
attack
yeah,
roll
I did now.
that involves strength or dexterity,
And then,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can't
so one
cast
thing you have to
spells.
remember is you have to actually.
Hey,
No.
just so you know,
She has no equipment. Something's wrong with the character creation still.
did you take standard equipment?
Yeah, I took everything that.
That's odd.
I'm looking.
We'll do the thing real quick. But all I was gonna say
Oh
is
yeah,
that,
no, she does have weapons.
okay, there you go. So, all I was gonna say is that because you don't have the proficiency, because you're a wizard, you don't have armor proficiency.
Yes.
So it means you can't cast spells while wearing armor. So if you don't have the proficiency in the armor, you can't cast spells while wearing the armor.
No. So I need to try to rip that baby off.
So as soon as you put this on and you're like, hey, this is so nice, you realize, oh my god, I suddenly just can't cast spells for no good reason. So you just quickly, wriggle out of it. Unfortunately, it just comes off very easily. In fact, the moment you think I need this off, it just loosens. It falls baggy, like it was made for someone 3 times your size. And you're usually able to just lift it off and over your head, and you've got like a little bit of a just ring of leather in your hands now. So, what do you do with it?
I'm gonna give it back to him.
Okay.
Good enough. I'm just going to put this in my backpack.
Fair enough. It's not like anybody here wants to wear leather armor, but anyway, so you
Oh
fold it
no,
up.
I'm literally adding it to my character's equipment unless we wind up with an encounter before we leave this place. I just don't want them seeing me wear it.
Oh, fair enough. How diligent of you. Thank you for role-playing during the role-playing game. I'm not used to it, clearly. Anyway, so my point being, though, is you put this away. As you guys look upon each other in this room and you look down at the drawer there that's opened, turning your attentions back to the investigation at hand, you see the stack of parchments in the drawer. Next to that, you can see a dried-out bowl with an old, dried-out beet next to it, and a little bit of a brush with the frayed bristles situated next to it, crusty from whatever ink was upon it.
Should we see if that matches the note?
100%.
Maybe the kid took himself for ransom.
It's possible. It's been known to happen. Faking such things.
You got the notes. Then.
I'm gonna take the note out and try to figure out if they're the same.
Throw me an investigation.
Oh, 2.
You look upon the two of them, and as you look upon the dried bowl and the note, and you pick up the brush and you stare at it, and they're just so old, and you kind of give it a sniff, and one of the bristles goes up your nose, and you quickly throw down the brush and throw me a constitution check.
1.
Oh, it just gets right to the back of your throat. The next thing you know, you're retching. You can't even help it. Your gag reflex goes, and breakfast comes out. Before you know it, you can throw me a dexterity check to not get it on the bed.
Let's do it. 3.
Oh my goodness. Like the fucking Exorcist. Like something out of The Exorcist. Your head almost spins as you try not to, but it gets everywhere, including the bed. You need to make me a dexterity check. As do you.
God damn it. 7.
5.
Attempting to get out of the way of the puke, you jump into him. Attempting to get out of the way of him, you fail. And the two of you topple against the table. The table drawer breaks and smashes down. The ink pot rolls off and crashes to the ground. You finish vomiting. A moment later, you successfully got the brush pistol out of yourself.
Huh.
God,
What'd you have for breakfast?
The Three Stooges.
I had 2 eggs, some toast.
One of them's over there. The other's over there. The toast is just kind of connecting the two.
Oh.
It looks like a happy face. No, it really doesn't.
They're supposed to make a smiley face with the
Bacon.
bacon.
And with that said,
I'm just gonna walk out the room.
Camera camera fucking focuses on your face as you deadpan say this and then walk out of frame.
See here, folks. I just
Alright.
chainmail.
with that said, though, you look upon the remnants of the room at this point, and you can. Oh man, the place is a disaster, to say the least. If you care to, you can take the ceremonial sword. I mean, it's there. The wooden shield. I don't know if you want that, but it's a wooden shield, right?
I'm not deliberately looting the room. There's things that would be that obvious anyway.
I'm
Fair
just
enough. Fair enough.
I'll take the sword. I'll take the ceremonial sword.
That sounds
Give
good.
it to the kid if we find him.
Right on.
And if not, if he's dead, we can use it as a grave marker.
You grab the sword off the wall. Holding it aloft, it feels really light. And you go like this, and it just goes. Whoom, 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 whoom. It's not a great quality blade. You kind of, in fact, you know when you go over to your buddy's place and they're like, yo, like back when we were in our 20s, like, yo, I got this fucking sword, and it's just this rattly old thing that they picked up out of a pawn shop.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that. You're still gonna take it?
I'll put it back.
You try to take it back and put it back, but as you do so, throw me a dexterity check.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
18.
Oh, expertly so. You easily just slide it in like you've done it a million times. No problem at all.
No.
Done.
Alright. Uh-oh.
Right on. You leave the wooden shield and the ceremonial sword on the wall over the kid's bed. You step down off the bed, minding the puke as you do so, and the room is starting to smell.
Did you ever find a
Thickly.
map? Or did you puke all over it?
So, did you want to go back to that drawer and look
Yes.
through the parchments? Terrific.
Yeah, I'll
You
look
do
at-
so. Throw me an investigation.
5 investigation. I have that trained. Not disadvantage as a result.
For all the puke and disaster?
No, for the fact I don't have investigation trained.
No. No, you just don't get your proficiency bonuses up.
Okay, 7.
Okay. Easily do you pick up the parchments and you sift through them. You don't find it on the first go around. You guys watching him do this see it as he's flipping through the parchments on the back of one of the pieces of paper that he's so he's like doing this sort of thing, and as he does this you guys see
there it is, man. There it is.
and you kind of look at it. Oh, there sure enough.
The map.
You flip over the parchments that she's pointing at and see it, sure enough. On the back of the parchments,
Guess it could be a map.
it kind of looks like it, but it is kind of hard to tell unless you're when you're up close because of how rough the beet juice is. But when you hold it back, you can easily see where the town is, the road is, and where the line of the development is at the swamp's edge.
Good enough.
Now, what you see there,
Anything further, or have we destroyed this room enough?
you see an X just ahead of the development line, and it says something, but it's really unintelligible. It says something, no something, aloud, no something.
No pets?
It starts
No
with a
No.
G.
No
Mm.
girls allowed.
As you're staring at it, and you're like, oh. Yeah, sure enough, that's what it says.
It was him.
Yeah.
Fort. Cute. How
We checked
old is
the
the
fort.
kid?
Yeah.
You think, if you're not mistaken, he's like 12, 13?
Okay.
Or do you still want to talk to the wife? Or do you want to
I-
leave before the scent wafts?
As the scent, yeah, we need to get out of here because I'm feeling sick from my own vomit. So let's run out of the house.
We
with
are
the
such
map.
epic
All right.
adventurers, aren't we?
You guys are amazing. I
Yeah.
love this. This is everything I expected Lord of the Rings to be. You know, Lord of the Rings was so disappointing. I always felt like Legolas should just retch every once in a while. Just have his own vomitorium that he would take people back to. This is an amazing quest. Now come to my vomitorium. and then just go and puke for
Hold
half.
my hair.
You know, that's not actually what it means, right?
Huh?
Vomitorium literally just means the opening from which things spew forth. So literally the archways to the Colosseum are actually called
vomitorium.
vomitorium. There isn't like a puke room called a
Oh,
vomitorium.
really?
Yeah.
Today I learned. Or today I was disappointed, actually. TID.
There might have been a puke room, it's just not called a vomitorium.
Well, damn it should have been. Like the bathroom, named for the great Bathrocopolis. You know? It was just... Anyway. So, where were we here? Is you guys are headed towards...
Yeah, I'm running outside because I need some fresh air.
You do so. You're not going to be inspecting upon the old lady then. You're headed right out of the place.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You guys evacuate the
I'm
area.
gonna close the door behind me. So
The investigation is complete.
Yep. Okay, we're done. So, guys.
All right, the lot of you make your way out of the room, down the stairs, off the balcony, headed out the foyer, into the fresh air. The moment the fresh air hits you, it actually makes you a little queasy, and then you adjust back to normal environs.
Incidentally, before we leave the room, I do make sure that the toy chest lid is closed.
Did you scoop any toys back in?
Yes, quite hastily.
Fair enough, you do so. It doesn't take much. You just and doing your best to close the lid. It looks just like it did before, disheveled, and you make your way out of the place. You're like, yeah, that's perfect, and then it shows you walk out of the room satisfied with yourself
Just for
to
a little more
show
plausible
the place completely
deniability if they
puked on,
notice
the
they,
desk smashed. but
That's
hey,
closed.
but the toy shop, yeah,
At
sorry.
least now it looks like you got kidnapped.
So now it's not,
And it's not totally obvious that I broke in and stole the art.
Really?
Somebody with a bad gastrointestinal problem took our son. It's terrible.
well,
He might get
You
sick.
just
made-
kick
we
the
made-
bad guy in the balls real hard.
we
Yeah,
made the
that's
room
not
a puke fest, but we don't it's not necessarily obvious that the kidnappers weren't the ones that took the armor. That was my reasoning.
Yeah.
There you go. So, I mean, at least there's reasonable doubt now. So, with that said, you guys head out back into the fresh air, and you're in the town square at this point, staring off into the eastern end, actually. From where you're situated, the city kind of slopes upwards and then heads down to the north side. So from where you're situated in the central area, it sort of plateaus here, and you can see off to the east the city lowering itself away in a bit of a slope. So you can see all the rooftops and what, and you can see in the distance there's the trees off to the left and the swamp off to the right, and you can actually see a bunch of carts lined up at the edge, just little pinpoints at the edge of your visibility. Where they're working to pour dirt into the swamp and push the swamp back for the city to develop further.
Do we know who owns that part of the land?
Not offhand, actually, you don't. But that's an excellent question. I should start taking notes as I'm making all this up. So.
So we should check on the fort on the map first.
Yes.
And deal with the land later. It's not going anywhere.
Very well. It's not far. Let's keep going.
It's worth a shot. He's dead. He's dead. We'll bring back a figure or two.
Alright.
Lovely.
I told you, I'm not a good paladin.
It's not far. Let's get moving.
So with that,
Off to the fort.
you head off towards the fort, as denoted on the map. It takes a brief moment to pass through all the houses along the main drag of the town. Eventually, you strike out against the development line and eventually leave packed dirt for the slowly moistening slog that is the swampland beyond. This all takes about 2 hours of steady walking. Before long, you're trudging. That's really not the music. Neither is that. Maybe this one.
Okay. When we're well outside the town, but not necessarily yet at the fort, how do I make this thing stop glowing?
Right, so also I wanted to address that.
That's literally
it
how I'm
is-
phrasing it to her.
No, that's fair. I also wanted to state that it is getting to nightfall. It was evening-ish before, and now we're getting just past twilight, and it's becoming very apparent. At which point you look over towards her, and as you look upon it, you're like, yeah, come to think of it,
Can we do like a perception check of danger?
Of the area as you're making your way. The first thing I'll say is your passive perception tells you this place is not exactly sanitary. The other thing, it's probably fairly dangerous as far as wildlife goes.
I'd
It's
rather not be a lantern.
It's generally unwise to be out in the swamp after dark. Having torches is generally advised. However, slugging in the swamp, like in the swamp, is generally not advisable regardless of day or night. You guys are keeping to the main road through the swamp, that road being the part that's not a schlock. It's less of a schlock. It's, maybe about half an inch. Your boot kind of gets stuck. You're not, falling into your knee regularly, just every so often. So this is not a cart road. This is a service road that you're upon right now as you walk into this area that you've found along the development line as you're walking into the swamp. So this is where this map is taking you. And so as you explore forth and you ask this hits you. You're like, we should have a torch, but how does a magical light compare to a hot source? This is something you guys will figure
I have a
out.
lantern.
I've got a torch.
I'd still rather not be lit up like a Christmas tree.
As you implore
Not a
upon,
druid.
your arcanic expertise tells you that you could look over the armor to find a command word or some sort of trigger, perhaps a thread or something to tug.
So look through the armor.
If you'd like. You can throw investigation or arcanic.
I'm assuming I can also.
You're wearing it, and you are arcanically proficient, so yes, you could thoroughly do this.
Natural 18 plus 6, 24.
Terrific. You start scanning yourself over, and try as you might, you find a couple bits and bobs that you pull, and they like open flaps on the jerkin, and you find a couple spots where you can actually put a potion at each of your nipple points, kind of, and it's like so they have like
capsule potions.
literally you have 4 little slots for little potion areas, and then you can buckle them up. Is what it is.
Notes on the weird traits
So-
of this armor.
Yeah, you're gonna have to because I make shit up. But you don't find any loose threads, command words, and you don't even find like an etching. Did you want to make a roll, either of you? You're both arcanic, or are you arcanic?
No, I didn't take
Oh, you
it.
didn't take a look. Okay. Just
I'll take another look at it with Arcane.
did you take a look at it before? Did I gap on that?
Yeah,
No, I think I just put it on, didn't I?
Yeah. I don't remember you
Yeah,
investigating it in any
you did
fashion.
not in any way.
No, I just went right
You
for
yoinked-
it. I
yoinked-
did it.
So
Out
this will
of
be
my
your
hand.
first time doing so, but yeah, by all means, arcanic or investigation. Because you're proficient, your investigation, you can use investigation if you like. So it's
Is
up to
that
you.
better?
It's up to you, depending on whatever skill is
Probably-
higher. You'd have to look at. I'm not sure if
Aren't they
investigation
both
uses wisdom.
int-based?
Are they in fact?
Oh no, you're right. Investigation might be.
Is it wisdom or intelligence? That's the question.
Probably
I
higher.
think they're both intelligence. Yeah, investigation, arcana, it's both intelligence.
Okay, never mind.
Arcana is +5, so
Yeah, so do that.
Go for it.
8.
Okay, so +5 brings you to 13 on this. As you look it over, you actually look around him, and in the center of the back, you see a sigil that you seem to recognize, and you can throw religion on this. If you're not proficient, you can throw it at disadvantage, or you can call the paladin over. But you see it as a little sun centered in the back of the armor, and it seems to just lightly glow.
And where would I know? If I know I picture.
Oh, it's a skill. Sorry, it's also a skill.
Skills on
Oh,
skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Yeah, it takes a while to get used to doing.
Is the
everything
religion
on your
intelligence or charisma?
phone. Religion's also int.
Okay, cool.
Intelligence.
So
religion,
if you're
+5.
proficient, you can roll it normally. Otherwise, you roll it at disadvantage to recognize the sigil.
So it's +5, so it's obviously proficient.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that's fair enough. Actually, so go ahead. Yeah.
11.
Easily recognized as the symbol of Lathander, the sun god. As you're looking upon it, you start to recognize in the filigree around the sun. So it shows a little sun, and then there's a bunch of filigree, a little bit of an etched writing in and around it. and it says as you read upon it, "Rise, my son," and then on the other side it says, "Set, my son," and it's you can see the "Rise, my son" is glowing.
You found the light switch.
Actually, let's say "Rise, my father." There you go, "Rise, my father." Because Lathander, I think, or not "Rise, my son," and it just says "son" S-U-N.
Yeah, touch it, see what happens.
You touch it.
Sure. I gotta,
You do so. You watch as
Twist it.
he palms it, and it doesn't do anything.
Swords through it.
Into his back. Right?
No.
It just kind of shows you dunk, dunk, kind of trying to.
Well, at
Doesn't
least
do
it
anything.
helps, so it's not painful.
No worries. You guys are in the middle of the dark swamp doing this. I just want to point out,
Set, my son.
it extinguishes. And the light dissipates all around you, leaving you in pitch darkness. And it shows from a distance as it just extinguishes. And all you can hear is the crickets going after
Rise,
that.
my son. Is that what
Suddenly the lights turn back on.
There we go.
Anyone can toggle my armor.
No, I shouldn't do that. Actually, that'd be terrible. I thought about it. Yeah, no, you say this, and nothing actually occurs as you say that. But
Rise, my son! Ding!
Okay, well, I need to
Echoing
find
out.
my lantern,
Yeah,
so...
someone light their torch. Light
Rise,
the
my
Alright, I'll
son.
pull my torch out.
Pull
and,
my torch.
okay,
I'll light my torch.
you ignite the light of your armor again. It ignites for 10 feet, bright light all around you, and for 20 feet after that it's dim. You take your torch out to this, and can you breathe fire on it? No, you're lightning based, so
Yeah.
never mind. You can spit into it and probably ignite it real quick, so and
Alright.
fire it up. Okay, just a little
Give
bit
it a
of.
little flaming
And with that, yeah, no doubt. Actually, I just thought about that too. Just grinding teeth. It's just a little bit of a Tesla coil happening between the two. That'd be bad. Sorry, he's a blue dragon, so he's lightning based.
Yeah.
Oh,
So long and the short, like a barbecue starter, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm good for picnics.
take me out with the kids. I also do birthdays.
I'll leave him as the light source then. And
Okay.
shut the armor off.
I just wanna
I think we need to pick up speed here. I don't want to be out here in the middle of the swamp.
Alright.
In the dark.
I'll go first since I have the torch, I guess.
Okay.
So we
Do
should
that.
continue to follow the map.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go for it. You direct me. 'Cause I can't hold my sword and this torch and map at the same time.
Okay.
Dragonborns have tails?
Dragonborn do have tails.
Alright.
Sometimes I think you can choose.
Oh, really? Oh.
I can see in the dark too, so I mean,
No.
That's true. You've got
dim,
60
dim light.
feet. You got 60 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, dim light's pretty generous in this. It's like if there's even like a little bit of light, you're good.
How's the moon?
The moon is partially covered. There's a little bit of light, but amidst the absorbent atmosphere and the mist that rides about the environs, it's quite dark.
So it's covered by...
Like a light mist here and there. It's not
I
regular
was more,
enough to be
more
concerning.
thinking what phase it's in.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's I would say about 9 o'clock on a Saturday.
No, I mean full moon, half moon.
Waxing.
Partially covered, waxing. No, partially covered, half moon. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll go there. Yeah, sounds good. We'll say there's about 200 candulas worth of light being cast, generally speaking. A blanket of about 4,000 Kelvin,
Okay.
if we're talking about chromatic.
So we're gonna pick up the pace, get there to the port a little quicker.
Okay. As you guys are proceeding along the road here, the music is way too intense, even though it's just in the subtle background there.
Well, we're trekking through a swamp in the dark. It's gotta be intense.
I gotta get the hose. We need swampland. I used to have water in the thing, but
As long as there's no flour, you're fine.
yeah, as long as there's no organic material. Period. The moment you introduce organic material to your environment, that's when shit gets gnarly. Like really bad. Okay. If I remember correctly, you guys are all level 2.
Yes.
So very good. Can I have your miniatures, please? Actually, you know what? You guys can spawn them.
Hang on.
Rising out of the dirt. That's what you're doing.
You said to spawn.
Oh, very nice. If you can put them yawn spawn point. Alright, I'm gonna do this sort of thing. I'm gonna swamp marshiness this way and that. Look at this. Look at those. Look at these. Just gotta disperse it.
Set some Christmas trees up.
No, they're bushy. They're bushy land, so they lie down. That's right. And then just bury them partially. And that makes them kind of nasty and gnarly. You got her. Just have some fun with it. Just a happy little tree over here.
This is the broadcast camera, so this is like, you'll see the shot when he puts it on preview. Sometimes.
Isn't it great? It's so satisfying. It makes me feel so at home. So actually, I'll be right back. There's one thing I need to do.
I think we're in trouble.
No.
It's only in trouble when you hear like 20 dice going. You're like, crap. This is gonna hurt.
Oh, you should have seen our last campaign. Nothing was the.
5 against me.
Oh my God!
Not a single one hit me somehow.
However, the broom that almost killed me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna fog?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while, eh? Or have you seen those?
I haven't seen you use the fog machine. I've heard about
I've
the
seen
fog.
photos. Was it Evan? Showed the photos of one day.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, there's like I love the fog. The fog.
Now
is
let's get
epic.
all the details for the shot.
I actually did not expect this to be so, like...
Robust.
He is
Yeah,
a
like-
little nuts.
No, this is
Production value.
epic, man.
The production value is like,
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I certainly have. My pleasure. My selves. My ladies. Get in there. You can do it. You can do it, baby. Get in there. Get in my belly. Explodes. Yeah, no shit. Well, you know.
That was very maniacal.
It's seriously tightening. I swear to God, it's.
oh wow. Hey.
Hey there. How you doing? Good. Welcome aboard. Just in time, in fact.
Oh, fantastic.
We got you a spot right there.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. So Shannon,
Yes.
Taryn,
Sarah?
Jeremy, Curtis, and Dooley. This is Shannon. Welcome aboard. So you have a character already made on Thing, or you want to do it with pencil and paper?
I don't have anything made up yet.
Okay, no worries. Did you want to do it on the app? Yeah, by the way, that's really loud. Always gets me too, to be honest. Do you have your phone? Your invite? So if you want to, do you still have your invite link and all that set up?
Yeah.
All good to go? Yeah, so if you want to dive in there, and then it's level 2.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you personally, I always randomly generate one, and then I go back and tweak real quick just the things. But that's just me. And knowing what I
are you
like, what I
planning
don't
on
like,
creating?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What kind of character are you playing?
was going to be my question.
Ooh. I don't know, what do you guys
Racing
think?
class. What do you got? We got Wizard Tiefling, we got Dragonborn Paladin, and we got Rogue Human Rogue.
Excellent.
Impatient rogue.
Very.
I think all adventurers have that certain level of impatience.
I
That's what
might-
makes them
Dinner.
adventurers. Right? It's true.
I might go for a druid elf.
By all means,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it. That'll be perfect actually. Do you have a name in mind?
Quite nicely.
Oof. I don't know, what's a good elf name?
Female or male?
Female.
Leandra.
Leandra?
I don't know.
Done.
First one. There you go.
Excellent.
You can make up the spelling, Y or an I. You know.
Okay.
And with that, actually, you will need a miniature.
A mini. Yay.
From his
Feel
immense
free.
collection of
Have you painted these, have you?
Well, a lot of them are commercial. A lot of them are painted, not just by myself, but by illustrious players who come through and they get the hankering. Oh, how do I do this? And or people are, I love doing this. So I implore anybody who cares to do so. I have minis for days. Like
Yeah,
literally,
I would
there's.
love to paint one.
Like when I thought, like
Same here.
when I came to my first
I'm not that
session,
great at painting, but
I
If
did
you want
not
to paint your own dragon
know
board,
what kind of
comments.
production
That would be so
we'd be
cool
in
if
for.
we painted our own.
So I brought
Yeah.
my old little, like, seriously, little token. It says minion or monster or.
Which I appreciate. It was cool, man. It was cool. You
Man,
showed
like,
up, you're hey, do you need
this
this?
has
And
been high tech.
my buddy
Compared to-
Paul there, literally Paul brings in 2 big trays of
Pennies.
Dwarven Forge. He brings in 2 trays of
So,
Dwarven
I'm
Forge
like that.
Yeah.
that I used.
Yeah.
I had them
Kind of
for
looks
years.
like
I think I used them
Kind of, yeah, it's from
maybe
Oregon
3 times,
Pokemon.
maybe once for
Oh,
every year I
yes.
had them.
Either
So,
beat the scenario or die.
Yeah.
And basically you die.
would you like
no
some
matter
pop,
what.
juice, anything like that?
I'm good for
Watermelon.
now.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
Same goes for anybody else. I mean, help yourselves. By all
I've been
means, you
eating
know how my
the
house
entire
works.
thing.
Across the street.
Yeah,
Also.
like someone have my delicious watermelon.
perfect. I don't know why it's not recognizing my device, so it won't
Yeah.
sign in.
Sometimes it's really stupid, and I've had this. When you click the link, it will open it in the default browser.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, make
Okay,
sure to go
D&D
through Chrome
Beyond
or
is
something.
not the actual app
Oh,
where you
and
do
the
character
app
stuff.
you don't want to use. You want to use the website.
The app is literally just a reference guide.
Did I send
Which
you?
has nothing on
I
it.
did send you the invite link.
You did.
I did. Okay,
Yes.
I keep asking
So
you this.
copy
I'm sorry.
the link
Sorry.
directly into Chrome.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too bad that you couldn't link your characters to the app.
Yeah, it's
The app is
such an
hysterical,
oversight.
Oh, I
actually,
know.
to me.
'Cause
It will be amazing. It will be
Oh, yeah.
amazing. It's just they started really basic.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, you're on an iPhone, so that
It's in
particular
software development. It's
aspect-
very much called agile development. Is the idea that you get the lowest, the least viable product.
minimum viable.
My
product.
minimum. Thank you. I always forget this
Yeah.
term. Minimum viable MVP,
You're
right? Minimum
signing
viable
in,
product
so
to the
yeah,
market,
I recommend
and that was this thing that's
whichever
just
you
literally
have.
loading PDFs
I
effectively,
tried to sign
but
up with
securely.
Google.
Yeah.
And then
I know how that works. So you have to.
and then so they slowly started to
Yeah.
load into it
So
different
you have
features.
Google.
And last time I looked at it, I mean now it's a great reference tool. It is
Oh, yeah.
actually. It's robusted quite a bit with categories and whatnot. And,
Yeah.
you know the search is there, but
But I don't know, but I find on the app that most of
It
the
doesn't
books
have
aren't
any-
for sale. It says not available in your region.
really,
Yeah.
no shit.
You're not on like a persistent VPN or something to torrent.
Yeah,
No,
it
just
says
on my
the device
phone
is
here.
recognized.
No,
this
it's
is
not.
like
Okay, so what it's doing, it is a security feature of your Google account.
Yeah.
So it's going to do a verification. So you can have it text you or.
the problem is I don't know that number. That's like my Calgary number from like years ago.
Oh, why not just Oh, is your Twitch account tied to your Google account, or do you not
I
have
don't
a
have
Twitch
a
account?
Twitch.
Her
Oh,
Google
just make a
account.
Twitch
This is her
account then.
Google account.
It'll be
Yeah.
super easy to make a Twitch account.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going to be easier.
Just make a Twitch.
Just go back to the
Okay.
start and we'll make a Twitch account for your sign in instead.
I'm gonna make a Twitch account.
Huzzah! Then you
So
can
then you
start
can watch-
streaming. Yeah.
You
and-
can watch his other campaign.
Yeah. By the way,
I actually need that link.
Oh, I need to
actually.
sign up first. That would be
are you gonna be a
good.
viewer?
Yeah,
Yes.
see, if I went like Mordecai's Tomb of Foes.
Look at this. User country not allowed. Huh.
And you're not on
Well-
a VPN or anything.
No, that's just through my phone. But if
That's
I,
kind of fucky too. Down
but
at the
if I
bottom there.
download the PDF on my phone
Weird.
off of like Google or something, I can access it.
If you rotate it,
Oh,
does it
I'm
look
curious.
great? Still doesn't look great. It's kind of, look at this. It's overwriting the photo. What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, that wallet thing. Oh, I've been thinking of getting one of those for my phone actually.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's handy, eh?
Yeah, it is actually. But yeah, so like I got that, and then when you send me the link to D&D Beyond, I'm like, no, this
What is
doesn't
this?
work.
Yeah, what's going
And I'm
on?
looking, I was like, oh wait, no, it does
Will
work.
do.
No, the website's actually really powerful that way. And it's
Yeah.
funny to me that they went the way they did because the
Not available.
website-
User country not allowed for purchase. Yeah.
Yeah.
is that on your phone too?
Yeah. Any of the books in the marketplace, same thing.
You know what's funny?
But-
is,
So
you know
the
what's-
app is just that broken. It is linked
Yeah.
to my account, so if
Yeah,
I were
if
to
you
buy the
download-
book, it probably would figure it
It's,
out.
what's
but-
what's even funnier to me is the idea that you can buy all the content through D&D Beyond
Yeah.
and then have it available through the app, but you can't buy it through the app and then have it available like.
yeah.
Yeah, funny enough though, 'cause I downloaded some
Rating
PDFs
your
off of
account.
Google,
It's
and the ones I
Really not
downloaded
liking the
show up
logos.
as available to that I
Oh,
can
using
download
I'm not
through.
available.
That
D&D
makes
Beyond app.
sense.
Yeah.
It's scrollable, so you don't get to have that nice and
What was I doing? I was putting this. No, that was good. That was good. I was gonna do the thing. No, never mind. I'm good. This is good. Yeah, we're good. We need this. You good? You got a mini? All right.
This is one of those things where having a Chromecast would be handy. Because then they could cast their phone if they're having any technical difficulties.
Is that gonna work? Question mark?
Problem? Oh, you're also on one bar right now, so
Oh, okay, that would help too.
So you need
right?
my Wi-Fi?
it might be not a bad idea.
Yeah,
But
by all
she's on
means.
one bar, all the online
I'm
stuff.
sorry,
is
I'm
not
late, and
No,
then
no,
all
it's fine.
this goes
It's
on.
all good, it's all
Like,
good. It's growing pains, that's all it is. I got you on Messenger here, so I'll fire you my
perfect.
wireless is.
Do you mind if I pop in and just grab some water?
No, by all means, dude.
Nope, not allowed. The hose is out back.
Yeah, right. We could drag one forward for
It
you.
works too. Just no water.
So it's a
As long as
hidden
it's not
SSID. Oh, and I'll send it to you too, by the way.
Okay.
So you'll have to add the network manually, eh?
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
So there you go. You have a germ?
Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
No.
There you
I
go.
don't really need it. I have like 12 gigabytes of data on my phone.
You too, eh?
Yeah.
Did I put that in right? It's DNet is your name, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Which I've never gone over.
Just in case. I have unlimited here, so.
Yeah.
It's not letting me.
I have unlimited.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I swear I'm still dehydrated from that kayak.
Yeah.
I am so. Oh.
We did what, 30 kilometers one way?
It was about 50 total.
Yeah, alright.
2 days.
Oh yeah.
But
I
I
typed
think
it
I
fast.
probably
Usually
drank
iPhone is
maybe
great, so it probably worked.
a liter
Yeah, looks like
while I
it's
was on
good
the
there.
water.
Oh wow.
Do you need a
And
charger?
then
I have
it was
iPhone.
basically
cards,
just
so-
alcohol
Good for now.
at the
Right on.
camp.
Yeah.
I'm at 56.
So overall,
How are you
I
for
had
battery?
like next to no
I
water
got
and 2
some.
days of extreme
Yeah.
exertion.
I think
So
I only have
If you need a charger ever, just let me know. I, of course,
we
we
have
guys.
like a liter and a half.
I have a Google.
Yesterday I got home,
Google
laid down on my
Pixel.
couch.
Yeah, me too.
For like
Oh,
4
okay.
hours.
Look, my Google
yeah, I
Pixel.
didn't. I like dealt with. I literally was nonstop.
My wife bought me a
Like,
ring. I never wear rings.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff from the time I
I was
got
like,
in.
yeah!
Loaded,
Yeah.
had a quick shower.
Oh
Come
no.
on.
I never wear rings.
Yeah.
See, I never wear rings. She bought me a watch. I never wear watches. I forced myself to wear the watch just 'cause she paid so much for the watch. I never wear
Track your
jewelry.
activity and everything.
I chew my nails for years, and then I started like not chewing my nails, and then I started getting my nails done just so I'd like have nails because my nails are all
You
fucked
need
up
a
from years of
tattoo
chewing.
ring. This
Right?
is the solution.
No, seriously though, I started banging my nails everywhere. I couldn't like
Send it.
anything that is on me.
Okay, so
I
it's
suddenly
probably
am
failing,
drunk
so
and
you
clumsy.
need to log
It's
into this
weird.
Wi-Fi that is
Weird.
Yes, I did do that.
Anyway,
Maybe I should
just my
re-
incapabilities as a
redo
human
it.
being.
On
Like,
your camera.
yeah, driving by feel everywhere.
We
I
all
go.
got something.
You know,
Let's try this.
we all got limitations. That's what my mother would sing to me.
Joys of technology.
I know, right?
Oh yeah,
Though
doing
at
the
least
Twitch
you
channel.
type a lot faster.
all right.
Precisely. than I do.
Yeah.
I am so bad with my phone, and then I swipe type, and every text I
That's
send
why you gotta get
has.
the typing.
Yeah.
What these guys
The
are.
typing glove?
Yeah, it's
that
like
is
those like
Yeah.
brass knuckles for typing. And
It's
just
hilarious
one
when
hand.
you look at my text messages
And
with
then you
people.
just
Every
go like
third
this,
message has
and
a
like
has a wrong
finger
word because I
motions is
swipe
a
type.
letter.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a
well,
chord keyboard-ish kind of thing.
No, it's wireless through Bluetooth, but it flips
There you
on
go.
like a silicone like
Oh,
now
metal,
on
basically.
Twitch.
Hello.
And you do
Fantastic.
And you
just-
do
You can
that.
watch-
So like a J.
So like,
Millions
yeah.
of people
this is like
gaming
this would be a
for
J,
no reason.
A,
Fantastic.
a B.
Okay, so I have.
C.
I actually did set up this
D,
for you at one point, but I was playing
E,
Yeah.
space.
That's so fucking cool. Like
Yeah.
that is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining
So
someone,
now I'm on to
and you're like, "What are you doing?" I'm typing.
The thing is, you don't even have to like
Perfect.
push
Please
your
don't
fingers
interrupt me.
down hard. You just
Yeah, you're
like,
literally just
So
moving.
you can
it.
do it on your
Oh,
leg.
God.
You can do it on your
So you-
head.
Now go get his
No,
link
you
and
do it
get
on your
paste.
chair arm. the-
What's
I think
this?
I already
It's a
have it.
story I wrote by getting in a fight.
Yeah.
And I just go.
It's a story I wrote when I had a seizure. Too many times.
I just like to limit my sugar and have my diabetic attacks and see what comes out of my soul. Dude, you fucked up, man. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds like a Key and Pele kind of sketch. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about Key and Pele. All right, so Druidic, Elven Druid, terrific stuff. Given right, Leandra.
It's going slowly.
No, it's all good.
Literally
Aesthetic
the
wise.
start of character creation.
Aesthetic wise,
Okay, perfect.
are you more urban druid or swamp druid or forest druid or desert druid?
More forest, but
Okay.
also like what What are we playing in?
Oh, I forgot about
Oh, hang on, hang on.
normal,
I
high
need-
fantasy.
We need to delete or unassign some of the old characters.
We were
so-
playing like
Okay.
a campaign, but I'm just like I'm opening it up to make it
it's-
easier for
It's
everybody,
actually an
so.
issue on because there's too many characters that got joined to the campaign, and honestly, that might have been my fault. As unassigned, it's capped right now.
Excuse
so,
me?
Like,
No?
yeah, that might have been my fault when I was playing.
It
with the
should not be.
character
I
builder
have a
stuff.
Grandmaster's account. There should not be any caps. Don't tell me these things.
The Grand Dungeon Master. Let me just make check
By
mine.
claiming an unassigned character.
Yeah, I have a boatload of no race characters apparently, so something was waiting out.
Technology.
It might be linked to the thing, so I'm just getting rid of those.
Mhm.
Did you used to live in Calgary at all? Your face looks very familiar. No.
Because it's such a small town, you know.
Colonian, yeah.
I'm gonna just throw my character out of there.
I'm getting rid. I think these. Yeah, so I had all.
Who's
the-
CC
I kept
Fox?
trying to create. That's my account. So I kept
Oh.
trying to create and having trouble. So it was wigging out, and so I've got all these random nothing characters that are sitting there.
Create a
Sweet.
character. I have
did
an
fill
ability
up
to
the
create
level
one.
on you.
Huzzah!
Okay, so just reload the page, and then
Yes.
you'll be able to create one.
Fantastic. What was your name again?
I'm Curtis.
Curtis. And
Man, you can't even tell if it's
Dooley?
working.
Is that
Hey,
right?
how you doing?
Dooley? Was it like
Jeremy.
Sorry, what was
Sure,
that?
Carlos. Enough. I'll take it.
Mencia? Is that you? Or Mencia?
Yeah.
Mencia.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. I don't know
That's
why I
okay.
got
You look
out of
Spanish.
that.
No one's ever got my name right.
Yeah.
I was at work once and like 2 people called me different names.
Oh no.
And it was like stops like, wait, what is your name?
Larry.
I was like,
So it's your,
It's Larry, isn't it, Robert?
Yep.
Come on, Bobby. Don't be fucking with me,
yeah, it
Joe.
was like Tyler and
Don't
Max
touch
or
it,
Taylor.
Daniel.
They're like, no, it's Taylor. And these 2 people were having an argument over what my name
Can you
was.
imagine fucking with somebody all
Oh,
like
yeah.
their whole career?
They're like-
Every time you run into them, just call them by a different name.
Oh yeah. Then they're like,
So
what
there's
is
a
your name?
lot
I'm
of
like,
kinds
whatever
of-
you want to call me today.
Eventually,
So
you gotta
they're
get
playing a
fancy
druid.
because you've used all these different
Do you have
names.
a
What's up,
Yeah.
suggestion on,
Francesca?
elf sub races for druid?
If I'm doing
So
forest,
drow.
then I might drow.
What else?
What else would you for druids?
What else?
Well, yeah. You could.
You
I'm
could.
totally open.
Yeah,
But
you can do anything, really.
Oh yeah. You,
Yeah.
if I knew offhand that we had the race available, I think we do
just make
actually.
sure you don't
Take
have
like
any choices
Eladrin
that
even,
were
I
on
think.
that screen.
Oh, which?
Eladrin, they're Fey elves.
Some of
Oh,
these
yeah.
have-
They're like
Yeah,
from the
no.
other side.
they're
Yeah,
all
Eladrin's
matters.
right there.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's like a class.
They were like the
Right.
normal elf in 4th edition.
Yeah.
4th edition was super powered. It was, just these crazy races that came. That's where Tieflings came in, and you had Eladrin, which were like the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all just
I don't
kind of-
Eladrin came
Anything,
around,
I
and then
think
Tieflings
so
were
level
like
2
the
or 3.
answer to
Yeah, no, we're
Eladrin.
gonna send you
Eladrin were
characters
like
level
these
2 right now.
magical elves, where elves are just normal elves. Humans with pointy ears and the ability to
You are
see
going to
dark
have to enhance
and be
spells,
dainty.
but it's really easy
Um,
to miss because that tab.
Eladrin were very magical, and then you had the
Features
Tieflings
first.
were, kind of the answer to that, like I say, of a negative
Yeah.
origin to the positive, if you will, that the Eladrin were.
Oh, what's
Nature's pretty
Shadowfell,
much
that's what it is.
perception
At
is
least I
always
think, hang on,
good.
maybe I'm
Nature
crossing my-
makes
no,
logical
no.
sense.
Yep,
Survival
I'm
is
full of shit.
mechanically useful.
I'm full of shit.
Are
The
we
Shadow
playing
Flower
Food and
that
Water?
I'm on from, sorry?
Are we playing Food and Water?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't.
It's good to have it just so if I ask what your character eats, you say, "Oh, I'll be eating this."
Right.
For the most part, I don't
Oh,
worry
okay,
about it.
Druid specialization on level 2.
I sincerely appreciate players who track it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've had some diligent fucking people playing in the past. I don't worry about it because
I do
not
recommend
everybody
perception,
jives on it.
honestly.
So it's really, it's up to you ish.
Insights?
If you're in the
Is that what
desert,
you're referring to?
No,
Yeah,
but
I'm
it's-
tracking your water. You
that
know what I mean?
actually-
Like that's it. It's been 3 days.
Okay,
How much
it's
water do
just
you have?
specific
Like that
ones.
sort of thing. It gets intense.
Okay, so
For the most part.
Well, I
if
think
you
it adds
want
a little
animal
flavor
handling, it's
to it,
totally
too,
fine.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm just,
But like
I
how
thought
you
were
could play
picking
like a video game and you're just
No,
like
yeah, no,
the
yeah.
whole time you're just like going like 20 days. of
You
the
never
life.
shit.
And
You
you're
never
like,
eat.
Yeah.
The most
You sleep for 8
important
hours,
thing
all
is
your wounds are
actually
healed.
Druid circle.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Or you know, you
So
take a
circle
rest break, you like
is-
campfire for an
Yeah.
hour. Wake up,
Right.
okay, good go.
Run. Let's go up and down that mountain
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
now.
You know, you climb up the mountain, climb back down, you guys not tired. You're like,
No, it's been all day, all night. You're
so you have like
fine.
that stamina gauge. You know, you do
Yeah.
things for like a few minutes.
But the
go-
truth is-
it winds up real quick. Go again.
You
that
even put in the
will cut
realism
into your
mods in
spells.
like Fallout, Skyrim. You play these games? You play these games, right? Yeah, of course.
like World of Warcraft
Yeah,
didn't even
no,
have it back in the day.
It's all good.
But
I'll just-
Ultima.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
but you should know
Ultima
the,
kinda had
nuances,
it.
'cause sometimes
The
builder
first
doesn't
MMO, Ultima
properly
Online
with some
there,
of them, and you're supposed to
kinda
deliberately
had
take a
it.
spell as
At
free.
first, it really
Right.
mattered,
Related to
and
it,
then they
so
made
you
it matter
should
less
know,
and
'cause
less and less
sometimes
and
it
less
doesn't
until
deal
it
with,
didn't
like,
matter
the
at all.
specific
Yeah.
spell
Right, and then when I say it didn't matter,
so
it was like
circle
you would
of the
always
forest,
hit
right?
this well. It's just if you
Circle of
ate,
the Forest,
you would hit
yes.
a little better for a little while
Yeah.
until you were hungry again,
So just look
and
it
that
up
was
while
it.
you're doing
That was all it
basic
mattered.
And then
It used
I
to
just
be
need
if
to
you
do
didn't
two
eat,
cantrips
you'd
into
just
spells
lose strength.
Unknown, is that right?
And you'd eventually be
Yes.
like 10% of your normal self,
Okay.
and you couldn't do shit, and you took
Yeah.
damage really easily, and you should
Uh,
eat something
there's like
then,
a
you know?
druid craft
And that would,
that's a really
in
good
theory, create an
generic
economy, and these guys had this idea
Yeah.
of like
So that
wonderful
lets you,
things
like, snap
happening
your
within the
fingers
game
and
world.
light something,
But they
puzzle
didn't.
does
Too hard for the masses, I think.
Very
People
nice.
game the system
Yeah.
all the fucking time, and they've actually got a thing
Gooseberry,
on
that's 10 guaranteed
on
points if
YouTube
you
there
have
by
a
Ars
Really?
Technica
Yeah, and
called
it's also
War
your
Stories,
food indefinitely,
and
so
so it's
that's
the
all
developers of
fun.
I don't
Ultima
know that I have. I
Online.
know with
And they published this video where they talk
good.
about
If
the
you
resource
basically
economy
spawn up
in
10, little
Ultima Online,
berries that were sold
and
at
how
5 points.
they would introduce like
So
they
it's
had
not
the
really-
countryside and there was creatures, and the problem they
Right
found
there.
was they
I don't know
they
if I
couldn't
have
spawn
it yet.
creatures
Oh,
fast
okay.
enough.
I
And
highly
it didn't matter
recommend
how fast they spawned the creatures,
I will have
players
that.
would just kill the creatures, or they'd
And
come
then
up
I
with
need
ways
one more
to kill the
cantrip and one
creatures
more
all
spell.
off. And so they had to come up with sporadic spawnings, and they had to balance the difficulty of the creatures and the resources that they drop, because people would just game the spawns, you know, and people would become really familiar, and they document all the spawns, and
Oh, yeah.
they'd figure out your algorithms, and so as a result, it becomes virtually impossible to balance the economy, and you just have
Why
to
not?
be a video game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Otherwise, people will game the system,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is crazy, right? So, like you can't balance it in and of its own right, because yeah, people will just take over like a virus.
Yeah.
I always like that line out of the
Alright,
Matrix.
I've got my
Sorry.
spells.
Agent Smith says it
Yeah.
to Neo. You guys remember at all? No.
Yeah.
It's been a long
Yeah.
time.
Fair. It is an old fucking movie now.
Well, I heard they're rebooting it too.
Oh,
Or
You bite your tongue.
Because
You
two
shut
and three
your
were so
fork
good
now.
that they really
Don't be
broke
telling me
it.
lies, Jibba.
Either like rebooting or doing a
Damn,
continuation.
man,
Standard
that'd be
rate?
fucking nuts.
So
Yeah,
standard
actually,
rate is,
well,
I
the
recommend
technology that we have
actually.
now
What?
It's a better system.
versus back then,
It's,
but yeah,
it
still
actually
would be
works out
pretty good.
exactly the same.
I don't know.
So what
I
this
wouldn't
means-
say the
so,
fucking movie aged
high
very
depths.
badly. I
No,
think
it
it was
didn't.
fine.
It's not super critical, but
Didn't really have the
but moderately
effects
high, like a
Yeah.
12 at a,
that would
you
have
want at
aged
least
even.
a
It's not
12.
like Johnny
It
Mnemonic that
depends
had
if
all
you're
the
planning to be
neon
more
fucking
melee
CG,
oriented or you're planning to be more
cleaner
spelly.
sorts of shapes.
Laser,
They're
figure
hacking
arts.
my
Is
city.
it my-
They put a
no,
tracer on you,
that's-
man, and it's
for
like that
wisdom.
For
blue
wisdom.
inverted filter
Yeah.
for the
You'll
video.
typically want
And I can't remember, they had some
3
jelly
stats
shit that was coming out of the sides.
Oh,
They traced you,
Wisdom,
man.
dex, and
Pharmacom's on
So,
you.
you could, so I wouldn't
Yeah, I
recommend your
wouldn't
con
really.
be less than 14. Dex being 12 to 14 is probably also good. And wisdom is your spell casting stat, so that's like your main stat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ooh, let's see.
So that changed my mind. Everyone can be 20th level.
Oh.
That takes a whole while longer.
3 days later.
Slowly
Okay, we're done.
glad.
Leveling up.
So,
We made all our
10
choices.
Things so you don't have negatives isn't a bad use.
Yeah.
of
We're
the
super overpowered.
I've
But
done
I
that.
do
I've had
recommend
new
you
people
take
come
your
in
spellcasting
and we'll
one
just
and
give
just
them a
rank
randomly
it.
generated 20th.
to 15.
And they just look at this thing and they go kind of white, looking at it, and I'm like, don't worry, you'll figure it out.
Fuck.
Some of them, man, they got,
You don't get
man.
extra
We've had
points
some
to
guys
put
come
into
in and they
things,
just
so
kick so much
it's
ass their
every
feet
2
smell like
points.
farts by the end of the night. It's great. But some other folks, they come in and, you know, they kind of meander and they feel out the game, they do a couple things, and at the end they're like, that's cool, and they tip their hat and they take
Yeah.
off.
So yeah, I don't know.
You
if the
never know who's
racial,
going to stick that way.
uh,
Like, the truth is, when people come along, you never know who's going to jive and who's not. Because,
Okay.
like, chemistry is a thing, table psych is
You
another.
really don't
who
need
you've
that
got
kind
in
of
your group at
intelligence
that
to
time
do
is, like, totally a thing, too.
Yeah.
If everyone doesn't jive, everyone doesn't jive. Right? It's just one of those things. An adventuring party in fantasy has to work as an adventuring party in real life in
Yeah,
some
yeah.
way,
For sure.
on some level, you know. And it can be funny seeing the way that relationships are robust within the game and how people work off each other. So this is what
like I
this
said,
is
I
what I
would
love about
let
this
things be
game is I'm playing a
optimized
totally
the
different
best.
game from everybody else, right?
It's
It's like
certainly
I'm
not.
trying to
Yeah.
entertain by presenting you
with challenges and ideas and everything and the
So,
opportunities and
physical characteristics, personality traits, things like that you can do later. You can get there.
You'll get through it. It's all good.
Can I just be the background that I
Do you know
no
what?
orphans.
Do you know what? They had a button that goes random. It's just like all this is done.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Equipment. So are
Kidding
you going to
though.
use
Seriously,
a
you're like more than halfway through this one.
shield
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
scimitar
I
is
don't
a
know.
really good setup.
I'm not really
I
tracking
hate
what you're
shields.
doing.
There's a
I
reason
think I
that-
hear
okay.
equipment.
I hate them.
Okay.
I never put
Swords akimbo! One in each hand! Heroics?
Never use
Yes!
shields
Swash
ever.
and buckle!
Scimitar
Let's
is
get
a really
first
good
down.
weapon.
Yeah.
What does the
Those
word
ones that the
heroic
goblins
look
call-
like? If you were to put it in knife form, what would heroic look like to you?
In knife form.
In knife form. As a blade? Or maybe it's not a knife to you. What is heroic? Is it a
Is it
club?
really long? Is it really big?
Is it on a chain? Is it on a whip? Is it the whip? Or is it something at the end of the whip? Is it the end of the whip?
Cat of nine tails.
Or maybe a big old like metal ball?
We'll do a
Something like
scimitar.
that?
Option there.
Like that, actually that chick out
Oh, I
of
get to
Kill
choose
Bill, the
the
one that
ones,
used,
yeah.
like she's kicking the fucking thing,
Kind
got
of
her a
like a
chain and
focus
ball.
one.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a name, it's like,
Oh,
Oh,
the one with the
Sorry.
with the one with the
Yeah.
sickle on
They
it.
all serve the
Well,
same shit.
yeah, Enrique Gusari, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up. I want to be right.
Wow, you kept that information in your brain somewhere.
He was
Then.
also was
There
it
is stuff in the
Ninja
description
Assassin
that's
too? He uses
the
it.
background is actually important.
Like slice their
Okay,
arms
that's
off.
No, I don't think I got it right.
Oh.
Or maybe I got it right.
These
Wow,
are
it's a whole bunch of
generic
different things.
character
Yeah.
Metal
backgrounds.
Yes.
Yeah, that's alright.
I am
No,
going
no,
to
what she had was
play
totally
with
different.
the
That was that spiked ball. It was like
Oh,
a,
the spiked ball and the chain.
yeah, that's what she
I
had.
think that's
a noble.
the spiked chain ball.
No,
Where's
no,
her
no,
name
no.
even?
Just
No,
type in
no.
spiked chain
Outlander
ball.
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Than a noble. Yeah.
It's
You're a
something
noble,
the
you protected
children's
your
has-
family, now you're living in the woods.
Gogo
Yeah.
Yubari
You
Chain
got kicked out,
Shop.
now you're
Oh,
living in the
nice.
woods. You
Yeah.
should-
Somebody did a fucking.
Ooh, do I wanna
This is gonna be
play?
Gogo with a chain shop.
Ooh. I'm partial to a pan flute.
Right on.
You gotta do
That's
that pan
cute.
flute.
Oh, now I'm thinking about that movie. That
What
was
are the languages?
weirdly creepy.
This
It's
will
like
tell
the
us
guy
what
that
she
had,
fights with.
eyes on his hands.
Oh yeah. What's a good language to speak? Goblin's always nice, eh?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Goblin, giant, abyssal,
I think
celestial,
Goblin.
So yeah, you're an elf.
or just draconic and dwarven. Draconic, dwarven, elven.
It's called a
Those are your.
flail.
Yeah, more common stuff is useful.
Oh, that
Well, that's not the one that Gogo was fighting with. Gogo was
Yeah,
fighting
those
with
are
like
the
literally a
full-on
chain.
chain.
Yeah.
I'll go just the
Yeah, you don't
chain.
need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
rest for
I think
them.
that hers was just like a
I should
spike.
bring
Oh, there we go.
It's
This is what
Equip
it was.
items, that was the one thing. So it does this, and it's really stupid. You have to wield your arm.
Go just
Wear
type
it.
in weapon.
It's kind of important.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
So
right.
you want
Here,
the
let's just go
quarters?
I want to be
find.
holding my quarterstaff.
Yeah, but let's also do this so it shows they both will show up. You should, yeah,
Okay.
I
Double
seriously
shield
would recommend the
wall
shield.
wall?
So you've got this thing against shields, okay?
I don't like
defense.
Oh, that's what it's. That's what it's called apparently. She's skilled in the
Very
meteor
confusing.
hammer.
Like even in like in
Let's give that a
what am
very
I
search.
trying to say?
Sorry. This is the question.
Like in
for me?
like Skyrim and stuff,
Yeah.
like video games and stuff. Hate shields. Never pick one up. Hate using them.
No one said you had to use one here.
Yeah.
Right on. They actually have a feat for it, and they have 3 other feats that don't use shields.
Nice.
So what is it you're after?
What am I after?
What are you gonna use?
Basic, so you got all your spells done, right?
Besides, you're a
yes.
druid. It wouldn't make much sense.
I should have written them down.
No, there's a
There's
slot.
Cure Wounds,
So if you click,
Molder.
There you go, pretty
you don't
much.
need to worry about so much. 'cause
That
there's
meteor
actually
hammer.
the spells button. Oh, I went back too far. my bad. And it's
Actually
taken
a
while to load. So if you view the character sheet,
Yeah.
this is your main
Oh, I
information.
can export it too.
Huh.
You can if you want paper.
And that's what she uses.
So this is your
So
basic
in the future, if
information.
anybody wants to pick up a
And then you
meteor
can
hammer,
swipe left and right.
they now know what it is.
Things.
Oh, yeah, now that's a
Now I think
fucking
left
sickle on a chain.
is left
Chain
and right
sickle.
forward back on
Oh,
my
yeah.
devices.
You're gonna cut him up
That might
with the
not work
chain
as well on
sickle.
my devices.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, you
Don't
know
laugh,
what?
that was
Maybe
terrible.
don't use
Please
that
don't
button.
laugh.
Yeah.
Oh god, don't
Approach
validate
works
it.
on my phone, but
No.
I think it
Yeah.
might be the forward and back button on your browser. So yeah, you can left and right through them.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it backed the page
Right.
when you went the other way.
Oh, and I have
But if you click the little red button in the bottom right there,
Yeah, it
you
takes me
click
to
them.
awesome.
So you
Okay.
spells, for example.
perfect. No, that's great then.
Cure and Goose and Molten. Good.
And these are my slots. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. So how do? Oh, and then cast and then.
When
use
you
the
cast it,
slots.
you use up a slot. Yeah.
Okay, this is nice. I like this.
I love it when a plan
And
comes
you can
together.
track your hit points and stuff.
Okay.
the app directly. It takes a while to get used to.
Fantastic. Okay. My chair's gonna make noises again.
Okay, so
My
do you
chair's
want to
making
give her a
noises, but it's
recap,
not
or
actually
where
the
did
chair.
this person come from?
Hey?
Do you want to give her a bit of a recap so she knows? Did we just encounter her in the wood, in the swamp here, or
That is an excellent question.
plot justification?
She just came out of the swamp. She killed a little boy.
We found a druid in the swamp.
I mean, it's understandable.
Cleanse it with light.
How much summary of what we know does she know, etc.?
You've heard many things on the air in your travels. Currently, you sit outside some of mankind's little villages and cities in between all of the various dottings upon this countryside. And as you have been traveling for some time, you now sit in the middle of a swamp, seeking out the source of a strange darkness that has been clawing its way, spidering out from a central point. You believe you have found that point. Somewhere here in this swamp land, in this area, something resonates. What's up? On this dark night that you find yourself.
This darkness.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Give us love and fog. Love and fog. Okay, there we go. There we go. Love and fog. Love and fog.
Fantastic.
Very nice. On this particular night, as you make your way through the swamplands, you hear noises up ahead on the road that one can call a road. It's a bit firmer here, somewhat traveled as the people of the nearby village are incurring upon the swamplands, slowly beating back nature, making way for their own. And as you walk along here, you pass by a small, disheveled, old building. Old and forgotten, waterlogged and rotted, it sits alone with a sign, a placard, situated to its front side. And you see upon the sign there writing, no, you can't quite make that out. It starts with a G, aloud. Anyway, you make your way along, passing by this place. The sun slowly setting as you walk along through the swampland. Occasionally, you see and hear the bits and brabbles of nature. Spiders, crocs, bullywugs, frogmen that make their way around, and of course, the territorial Kuotoa, fishmen that make residence in these swamplands. The swamps get deep at some points, reaching as deep as one might imagine going underwater. However, for the most part, you're able to slog around should you venture into the deep swamp up to your knees, waist area without too much difficulty, aside from the depth and whatever crocodiles may come along. By keeping to this path, you have been exploring towards where the resonation is coming from, and it comes from beyond the building that you pass by, and walk along on this path for an hour until you hear someone up ahead, and you see a pinpoint of light in the darkness, and here is that the sun, and suddenly darkness where the light existed, and the three figures that you see amidst the light disappear from view. Your eyes adjust in the darkness, the light disappearing, your elven eyes taking over, commanding the darkness away. You see clearly, to some degree, the monochrome vision that your elven eyes lend in this low light. You stare ahead, your eyes adjusting, and at the very edge of your darkness you can somewhat make out the blur of these three figures, somewhat up ahead. But that isn't the only thing that catches your attention. I need to know, what is your passive perception? And if you look on your app...
Yeah, it's on the first screen, the main screen. Just so you know, because of your
14.
circle of the land, you do get one more bonus cantrip. The app doesn't quite handle it properly in the builder, so whenever you get a chance, go back and add one more cantrip.
Okay. Passive wisdom perception 14.
Terrific. You can hear something clicking off to the side in the bushes that border along the path leading to the moist and deeper parts of the swamp. Mind you, to say moist, sorry, the whole of this place is just thick with moisture, I should say, and methane and whatnot crawling at your feet constantly. But as you're situated here, staring ahead into the darkness, you can hear, off to the left, these individuals somewhere up ahead that you saw a moment ago, and you can hear, "Rise, my son," in a sort of listless, bored tone, as suddenly the three figures become perfectly illuminated. And in this moment that this occurs, as you situate yourself some distance away, nestled amidst some bushes, you stare ahead to see the silhouette of something crawling out of the bushes, crawling up onto the path, and crawling against the darkness, and you can easily see the silhouette of the giant spider making its way out of the swampland, crawling towards the light.
I cautiously approach the spider and bludgeon it with my quarterstaff.
Sounds good. Do you want to fire a shillelagh on that?
Sorry?
Shillelagh? Do you have shillelagh? That is assuming.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
No worries. So you step forward, lightly stepping through the darkness. I'm assuming you want to do this stealthily. So you're going to want to roll stealth on this, but are you proficient in stealth?
It's on the skills. If you click the there, and go skills.
Stealth I have +3.
Terrific stuff. You can roll. Sorry, that's not proficient.
That's
No,
not
that's
proficient.
just dexterity. No problem. So you can throw your d20 and add 3 to that for your dexterity bonus. As you creep forward around the bushes, moving forward through the darkness, you come upon the spider whose passive perception is not alerted by your expertise in the darkness. Coming forward, you hold the staff aloft and take a d20 roll to try and strike the giant spider. What is your attack bonus off it?
The attacks.
Is it my hit DC?
Actions. No, just it's on actions. It'll show your weapons and your hit DC right there. So on the action string, find your quarterstaff.
The hit DC, right?
Yes. Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
That
Is it
seems
DC?
odd. Oh, a quarterstaff is not a finesse weapon, that's why. She wanted a quarterstaff, but her strength is quite low.
Oh.
No, I'm just observing the labeling. I was wondering about that. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's totally it.
Yeah.
So
So it's a proficient weapon, it's just not a finesse
sorry, it's a
weapon.
+2 then. +3.
+2 to
Plus
14.
Terrific stuff. Easily do you strike upon the spider. 14 is their AC. You come flying in, silent on the wind as the stick comes down, smashing against the abdomen of the spider. As it squeals out loud, the lot of you are suddenly struck by the loud screeching of something in the darkness up ahead. Just down the path ahead of you, something gets struck wetly. You hear it audibly, clearly, just ahead of you. Everyone can roll initiative. Throw your d20, add your initiative bonus, which should be dexterity, plus any other bonuses if anybody's taken any. I should probably do this.
Your initiative is +2.
It's
So it's whatever your dex modifier is.
Okay.
But some classes I think have like a bonus to add more to it. Yeah, 4.
Leandra.
I got 1.
well,
4 for Leandra.
it kind of
Sorry,
makes
was it
sense
Y
because you
or
already
an I?
acted, but
Yeah.
Did you settle on a Y or an I?
I settled on an E.
Alright then. Leandra. Oh my god, Decentra.
I got 18 and 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. And for Toma. And Zil. Oh no, hang on, what's your character's name now?
Lux,
Lux. Okay, very good.
19.
For Lux. And where does our DM end up today? It is going to be. With that said, the camera sweeps in on Decentra, who stares off into the darkness beyond the shield of the light that is being
So,
cast from your
To
compatriot.
be clear, we were mucking around with the lantern and so did we finish any of that? Or
He's just finished igniting his torch when you guys hear the screaming in the distance. Yeah, sorry. Barbecue lighter that is your jaw. That's awesome. All right. I don't have a sound for that shit. I don't have a crackling, poppling.
yeah,
Um,
popcorn.
Right? But with that said, you do hear the screeching off in the distance. Unfortunately, I don't have I don't have that sound effect for a spider getting struck. But I do have this sort of stuff, so this will do. So you guys staring off into the darkness, see nothing for the contrast of the light emanating off your friend. As you stand there with the light to your side, your contrasted shadow just claws away this massive column of darkness against the light, peering off as a river of black into the black that surrounds you. As you stare off, squinting against this as best you can, even your low light can't overcome the brightness that's right next to you. With that said, though, what do you want to do? You can run into the darkness, hoping that your eyes will adjust. It's super intense. You're on the spot, bumping your glass.
Oh
What
my
are you
god,
gonna do?
yeah, no, I'm fucking running. I'm running into the darkness.
That sounds good. Sounds like a totally smart idea. You rush forward.
Balls.
Sure enough,
Balls.
you can sight upon the individual up ahead, silhouetted against the large 8-legged creature that has situated itself in front of her. And you're pretty sure it's a her. You see long, flowing hair. Your eyes haven't quite adjusted. You're getting there. It's coming forward. That said, though, as you square off at this distance, you're still about 20 feet away from the spider, having exhausted 30 feet of your movement. If you've got a ranged attack, you can fire
Yes,
it.
I firebolt.
You do so. Lining up a... How do you shoot your firebolt, actually? Is it Hadouken? Do you kind of one gun it? What do you do?
Spew.
Sounds good. You fire off a firebolt as it sails away. You make an attack roll on this.
What is that?
Looks like a single digit.
9? Yeah,
With a 9+ bonus. Do you have a bonus, or is that total?
There would be a bonus under spell.
Yeah, if you go to your spell.
Yeah, on the spell it should.
Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
It takes a
your
while
time.
to
We're
get
all
used to the
learning.
system.
Top there.
Oh, 2? 7? Fire. Oh, spell attack? 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems possible.
Yeah.
That actually hits dead on then. Right on. With that said, you fire off this firebolt and I need a damage roll. Your firebolt should be 2d6.
Fire. I think where do I find this? Firebolts. 1d10 it looks like.
1d10, there you go. Fire. Do you need a d10? You can grab one out of there, or there you go. Bam.
6.
Terrific stuff. I don't believe there's a bonus on it, so splashing against it, it squeals as it sprouts backwards, its legs suddenly going stiff as it reacts. Now angry as its fur kind of catches the light. You know that effect where you light a sock on fire and the fire sweeps across it? So that actually happens as you watch it silhouetted for a moment. This fucking orange outline grows across the carapace of this beast, and you can hear the crackling slime coming off the abdomen, and it wreaths around where its abdomen is cracked apart from your intense bludgeoning. And for the moment that it does, it sizzles and pops and kind of curdles at the edges as it seems to sinter, and the smell is unreal. Grandma used to make something like this. Anyway, so the camera's gonna sweep away from your smoldering fingers as you pull back the sintered hand, the glow emanating from your face. As anything else to declare?
No.
No. The camera's gonna sweep off to our man Lux, standing next to you, but some distance away. The camera pans around to show him as he pops into focus.
Okay.
Bright as he is.
Okay, so how does this affect my perception?
She disappeared. You heard something, seen a flash of fire for a moment, and so you can fire upon where the creature is at a -2 for
I do
now.
not have a ranged weapon. However, do I see where the creature is?
You can motor over there.
Okay, so I can, because
Yeah, you
she's
totally
blinded
saw it,
by the
yeah.
fact that I'm emitting light.
She
And
totally-
How is the light affecting my perception of light?
Oh, you can't see the creature at all because it's beyond your light.
Okay.
But for the brief moment that she shot it with the firebolt, you can totally see it.
Okay, I'm dashing over there,
Okay?
This is my first
and
time.
as I get done my first 30 feet of movement, can I see anything as
Just at the outskirts, you can easily see.
Essentially, because of dash, I get double movement.
Yeah, but you won't have an action at the end of it.
You actually do as a rogue. You get a free dash.
Oh, that's right. You're using bonus action dash. Okay, very good. Very good. You're using, yeah.
So
bonus
am I
action.
able to discern and get to the creature, essentially?
For sure, yeah. You totally get to within the 30 feet. You can see not only the spider, but the woman form behind it, standing aloft with a quarterstaff in hand. And how are you dressed? Like, are you...
I mean, pretty much like the miniature there. Like,
all right,
Yeah.
the lithe woman form with the greenery hanging off her, flowing in the light breeze ever so dramatically, and you're like, there's no breeze. Anyway, so it's all desolate. Looks at you like, his hair's out to here and shit. Every time it looks like it's gonna show crotch, there's like a leaf that billows in it, right? So what are you doing then? You rush
so
in,
basically-
closing the distance, bringing about your
So
blades.
yeah, as again, I'm going in full bore. Do I? It's one attack then, right?
Yes.
Because I've used my bonus action.
Yes, it
for
is.
the movement.
That's true.
Right. Okay, so setting up to the opposite side of the unseen druid, essentially, coming in with a blade for a natural 15, which will be 20 to hit.
Sure. Striking down into the spider with a stabbing motion, you clear cut into the flesh of the creature as it squeals and does its best to pull away from
Okay.
your impending thrust.
Okay, striking with my rapier upon the abdomen of the creature.
And
As it didn't see me somehow, I come forth from the darkness as a
massive
lantern.
beacon of light, all 8 eyes of it just showing this dot growing larger as suddenly the blade plunges into it.
And yet, somehow getting my sneak attack because of the weirdness of
It's also distracted by your friends. It's like, who do I do?
Yeah. So that's going to be a total of 7.
Okay. Closing in upon it, you stab down for 7 damage as you do that. You hit it for, sorry, how much damage did you? Shit, it was 2 damage or 4 damage?
I did.
Or 6 damage? Shit.
I rolled.
She doesn't have a lot of strength, so what was an
I rolled a d6,
I think it was 4 damage.
so it's pretty sure it was 4.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it was 4. Okay. So 4, and then you just did another
and
6.
her fire.
And your fire was
11.
11.
I did 7.
Oh yeah, you did 7. Okay, that sounds good. So what did I say?
4,
12.
7, and whatever yours was.
So that's that. Back up to speed now. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
I'm really good at this DMing thing. I do it all the time.
4, 7, and she did more than 1 damage, so I think you're
No, 11 was my damage.
Yeah, you did 11. That's why.
4
Oh shit! What am I
plus
doing?
7
Sorry, my
plus
bad.
11.
So 22. My bad. I had that the whole time. I knew what I was doing. So.
Pretty good smackdown, given.
Stabbing into the face of the spider, it squeals as the legs try to thrust itself backwards, digging into the dirt, desperately trying to pull itself off the blade. But unrelentingly, it can't until you pull the blade out of its face. And in this moment, it relievingly rocks forward, ichor spilling out of its abdomen as it tries to recover. The chompers at the front helplessly bash back and forth until it gets itself together as the camera sweeps to Toma.
Alright, I'm gonna run up. I can't. It's more than 30 feet, right?
It is.
Okay.
30 feet is
can I
where
see him,
she's
though,
sitting.
'cause his light up that?
You absolutely can.
Alright, then I'm gonna throw a javelin at it.
That sounds good. As you rush forward, the javelin comes out, you line up, hurling it forward.
24 to hit.
Easily smokes it. You staple this thing to the ground for the moment.
For 11 points of damage.
As this happens, it explodes actually. Just like, oh, there we go. As it pops apart, bits of ichor exploding in all directions. The whole of it is pretty much as dead as can be. And the camera slowly sweeps around the lot of you as you stand there with this effectively a pin cushion. This thing is destroyed. If it ever was a spider, you can only tell because there's 8 things around it. But even that, you know that by morning, this will be nothing. It'll be back to nature as nature goes back to itself.
Free my javelin from its body.
You walk forward and take it out easily enough, hefting it. It comes loose, and you guys watch as a bunch of little spiders start to pour out of the javelin hole.
Kill them all.
They crawl along.
Kill them all.
And
You
acid
can-
splash.
You can. That sounds good.
That's what you do. Fireball.
There's a quick little reaction that just kind of montages that you guys each do something. You burn it, you spit on. I don't know, like what everybody does. Somebody pees on it, I guess. But eventually, it's like it's no longer a concern. At which point, you guys look at each other as you look upon these 3 individuals.
I'm Leandra. What's your name?
Lux, what are you doing here?
I live in the forest. This is my home.
This is in the forest.
Have you seen a little boy around here?
A little boy?
About 12 years old.
No.
As they
You
say
guys
this,
looking for a boy?
you're reminded of the building you saw, and you remember the placard, "Know something aloud."
There's a cabin a little while up, and there's a placard on the front of it. I think there's a G on it somewhere. You know, something loud. It's
Is
pretty.
it innocent?
I think I remember the way. Yeah.
A young lad has been kidnapped. We're looking for his captors.
The house is quite beaten down, but we might be able to get in.
Alright. Lead on.
Alright, let's go.
You guys turn about and make your way off into the darkness. It shows at a distance a lot of you making your way through this swamp land. You hear the burblings of the areas all around you as the swamp produces its bits of methane and burps what gases it needs to. The buzzes of the various insects are unrelenting. The methane continues to coil here and there. Yeah, feel the methane. Anyway, as you guys make your way through this region, eventually you twist off the path leading back towards the area you came from, where this building was, and sure enough, you know you're coming towards it, but you hear something. Easily, do you hear it as well with your 14s? Off just ahead, you hear, and you can't quite tell at first what it is, because I mean, really, it could just be burpings of the swamp.
There's something ahead.
But you can roll me nature, and you can roll me nature at a disadvantage on this.
Okay.
Looks like a 10.
12.
Looks like you're gonna get a 2. Okay.
12.
As you continue to hear the sounds, you're fairly certain you're hearing either frogs or the frog men. Lollywogs,
I hear
as they're known. Now, as you come around, you see in the distance, yeah, just a wrecked
my
starship.
I was like, holy
This is a starship.
It's a Y-wing.
This D&D game's really going where no one's gone before. For a good reason, but, you know.
Here, no one can hear you scream those things.
In Dooley's garage,
Ooh.
That's not a good thing, is it? I thought it was a cool saying. Yeah.
this right here.
Well, this doesn't have chains hanging on the walls.
We're just gonna set this up like this so it shows you guys as opposed to shows me. Alright, where's that? You guys can spawn yourselves just next to that rock as you guys are coming around it. As she comes, she'll be coming around that rock right there. She comes.
Yeah.
I'll take one out.
The character model comes in the rock. Fuck.
I'm using you guys.
I'm not there, so I'll just
Starts moving the rock. Hey, this ain't bad. Nothing can hurt you.
Almost
It's
got the
amazing.
torch.
Yeah.
Home got the torch.
Yeah, and incidentally after we killed the bot.
As opposed to so
both have dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Set the light. There, what was the keyword?
Oh, set.
Rise of the
Set the sun.
Yeah, mine's
Rise the father, set the sun.
Yeah.
no, I just set it back to sun. I just said rise the sun, set the sun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Set the sun.
Rise the sun.
I didn't want to start insinuating there was some like patriarchal theme running to this or something weird like that, because there was already like the boy was kidnapped and etc. So
Yeah.
suddenly there's a rise. Although it'd be fitting, I guess, if the dad had the armor made for the kid. All right, it's rise the father, set my father. No, never mind. It's the sun.
Set
I'm
the
having
sun.
like an inner turmoil watching a man go through his own. Anyway. Let's keep going.
All the crafted.
Just like hours of exposition for like nothing. You guys see up ahead
I'm the rogue glow stick.
as he extinguishes his light and you guys come around the bend. You can see in the darkness up ahead, by the very light of the bit of a half moon, is the silhouette of the building as you remember it. The road continuing past it. Here's the road continuing past it. The road continuing past it. You can also see the silhouette of the placard. You can't read it at this distance, but more to your interest is the pair of spear-wielding, bulbous individuals standing in the doorway. One of them, after the next, conversing in their Burbalish language.
They're
a cabin up there, you guys. I don't know what those things are.
I'm gonna put my torch out for now.
Okay. Oh, you still had it? Okay. We'll say you did.
Okay, God, I had it. I just tucked it in behind my tail.
Well, that was our light source, so.
It's fine. Yeah, it's good.
Torch.
It's just carbon. You get used to it. I'm hungry. Oh. Used to think I was cool in my 20s for putting smokes out of my tongue. Oh, never again. Just the gnarliest shit. I can't taste a lot of sugars. I don't know why. So where are we here? You extinguish your torch. As you stare up ahead, you can see the silhouette of the small disheveled shack amidst the brush and the brambles of the surrounding swampland. More to the point, you can see the bulbous figures standing in the doorway up ahead, each of them brandishing a large spear that you can see. But what catches your attention at a 14 with two of you, and you're familiar with these, is one of them has a catcher's noose. It's not a spear. You see, literally, it's got the noose hanging off it. So it's a catcher's pole.
Like for dogs.
Yeah, like for dogs.
Exactly like for dogs.
Everything I'm putting on is super dramatic
Maybe
here.
tied to a horse and hit the horse and have it run away.
Yes.
With that said, you guys standing yonder, looking upon this building.
Should we approach? Do you think they're friendly?
Were they there before when you saw
I
them?
was there before. I went pretty close up to see the sign, so I didn't see this before. And that was like 10 minutes ago? Question mark?
Yeah, well, yes, no. Oh, when you passed this way,
Yeah.
it was about an hour previously,
Okay.
right?
About an hour.
So you guys have been traveling back this way towards this place for about 40 minutes now. And you guys just got here. So it's been about 2 hours
Hours.
since you first passed it? Yes, that makes sense.
Right.
I had to think about that.
Weren't the fish people bad? Didn't we hear that?
The fish people were bad.
These are
That is what you heard.
I mean,
like people.
These are lizard people.
These are lizard people?
it might be frog-like people because we heard those frog sounds. Me and
Shit, yeah.
Lux and I heard those frog sounds. Are frog people friendly? Does anyone have any experience with frog people?
They taste like chicken.
Okay.
You continue to hear them conversing up ahead. They're bantering back and forth.
I mean, they might be friendly. Like they're.
Yeah, we can try talking to them.
I feel
Regardless.
uneasy about this.
Maybe for good reason.
Well, we need to find the boy.
We do need to find the boy.
Oh, by the way, we're looking for the mayor's kidnapped son.
The mayor's kidnapped son. Oh, okay.
They'll pay us 200 gold each.
1 gold each.
200.
Tell her
200.
A whole coin. Like a whole coin of these. Just. So, as it were, though, you can see these guys up ahead. You guys are going to do what, though? You guys are going to.
So let's
I mean,
approach
I
them.
don't want to get too close to them because they've got that noose thing. So. But who's got range?
Do you know what? It's not
I
really fair
knew
that I
I
didn't do
can- I
more
can-
with the scenery. I'm just going to fuck with it a little bit.
Lux, you want to go talk to them, ask them where the boy is?
It's very intense music.
Actually.
It's a very intense moment. Do you want any juice, pop, water, anything?
I'll take a juice.
Yeah. Bellman's, any particular kind? Orange, wildberry, grape, peach,
Surprise me.
orange, apple,
Surprise
orange.
me.
Apparently, he really wants to unload orange.
Really likes orange.
I'll move up to them.
I want to style it with the chill of the grave.
I'll follow
I can
with you.
freeze them.
I'll follow up to them.
I'm probably not 30 feet off.
And talk.
We're a long way more than 30 feet
Oh,
off.
yeah.
But I'm approaching with you.
This one's
So
up.
he'll probably rewind us back a bit, but
Yeah.
Are you like right on top of me or like further
pretty
back?
much I'm with you, yeah.
Alright.
Alright, I'll follow you guys.
Yeah.
I should do the more
Nope,
roguey.
I'm staying.
Stay in
I
mind.
should do the more roguey stealth thing, I guess, but it's pretty
Yeah.
hard to be stealthy in a swamp.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking I could do mold earth like to the side of the building so that they would go around. But that's
Yeah.
So
only at
as you're approaching overtly, I'll be stealthily.
Alright.
Oh wow, nice. Thank you very
Anybody
much.
else?
I'm good.
This is a heavy
good.
box.
Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
Well,
Hefty.
alcohol and strong things. Okay. So is Toma and Leandra are approaching. I'm going to be stealthily trying to flank the right tree line as we approach.
Okay.
And, sorry, I don't remember.
So those of you who are stealthily doing anything, get like a stealth roll. And,
I mean, I'll try and stealth, but we don't know if that's gonna help.
it did fine just the previous time. We'll see if your luck holds out. Nope, not so much. Is that a 1?
That's a 1.
Hey,
I
that's
make a
great.
shit ton of noise.
I think that's
That might help
terrific.
me.
I'm a big fan of that.
Sorry, it's gonna be decent. It's a natural 18 and it's trained. So.
It's a what now?
It's a natural 18 and it's trained. I'm just
I'm
kidding.
gonna get used.
23.
All right,
And
sounds
I'm
good.
approaching on the right.
What kind of armor do you have, and did you roll that as? Oh no, you're never mind. You're not heavily armored. You're a rogue, in fact. Never mind. I keep thinking for some reason you're still a fighter of some sort. What did you play last?
I was a druid.
You were a druid before. Okay, never mind.
I was an Aarakocra druid.
Nice.
Huh.
Flying death.
Yeah.
You hug against the darkness easily enough, slinking as you might between the shadows and the brambles and the bushes and the bit of swampland burbling behind you. As you do this, you hear a creeping, and you hear a ribbiting, ribbit. And before you know it, something flies through the air towards you, smashing through branches as it does, and wetly slaps against the tree next to you. You look to see a massive ribbon of something fleshing, reaching away into the darkness ahead. And as your eyes adjust, do you have night vision? You have a human. You don't have any sort of night vision. As your eyes try to squint and adjust, you see the silhouette of something poking out of the water.
Okay.
A moment later, the tongue retracts away, slapping wetly into the mouth of something in the water behind it.
Not knowing how large or dangerous this creature is, my immediate priority would be to
Get the fuck out of Dodge.
get to Toma. Actually
good.
get towards where I know that the...
Yeah, stay behind.
So you've used how much movement to get here from... Well, however
30.
much. From there, we'll give you another 30 feet to the house. How's that?
Okay.
So with that said, you conclude yourself there. You're following the trees behind Toma, coming in, but you're keeping your distance, is what I'm seeing
Yeah.
here. And what about yourself?
I'm staying back.
At this point, you're like...
Minimum safe distance is all the way the fuck over here. Is that what I'm hearing?
She's
Yeah.
Alright.
so far
I
back.
can hit people if they die.
She bravely
you
stands
can see
over
it.
there.
Yes, I will be here.
That sounds good. Meanwhile, Toma rushes in there.
I'm brushing him casually.
Oh, you
walking
guys?
up.
Okay.
You're so far back that whatever attacked me...
As you
probably don't
approach
know.
them, both of them continue to converse. They hear you, and one of them kind of just looks over towards where he's hearing you coming from, and the other, and he reaches over and he grabs the catch pole, and he holds it, and then he looks at it, and he puts it back, and he looks around, grabs the spear, gets himself ready. He actually has a spear over there. Meanwhile, the one next to him looks over it. And you hear this come out towards you from this massive hulking stature. And as you come closer towards him, you realize these guys are fucking big and fat and green. And you can see it kind of like in the bit of the moonlight that comes through the branches, and it's just white light on the sheen of a green dome of a skull. And it looks towards you with these yellow, kind of glowing eyes. And as it looks towards you, you can see like this massive tongue flapping around this huge mouth that opens up every time one of these guttural sounds comes out of it.
I go, have you seen a little boy? And I do hand gestures, you know. Little boy around here.
Where's me, you a man? And he like waits for you for a moment.
Human little boy.
No, they. And he's like trying to explain something to you. And then he finally says, and he gestures towards the building.
Alright. I, pull out my long sword, but not friendly.
Yeah.
Just, casually pull out, slowly walk into the house.
He looks at this, and he puts his sword, the spear against the building, and he stands back and he folds his arms. The other one, holding the spear, hasn't moved at all. Looks at his partner, slides to the one side, waiting for you. And then he looks beyond, around, as he hears footsteps as you come closing the distance from the one side.
Yeah. I'll continue approaching towards the building.
Okay.
basically.
Do you do so armed?
Yeah, I'm armed.
Okay. With your weapons in hand, you close the distance. The one that's holding his arms looks behind him, and with a start, and he goes to grab the pole, and he grabs the catch pole, and he throws it to the side. And he starts fumbling around to grab the other spear,
These guys are brilliant.
and then he grabs a hold of it and swings it around and points it towards you as you're closing the distance towards him.
Yeah.
At this point, you see through the window, and you can see inside that there's another one. And additionally, you can see the corpses of two small boys, about 14 or 15.
Where's the boy?
Like, right.
You see them dressed in rags. Not rags so much as homeless, but, you know, definitely labor class from the town over. You would
Where's
guess.
the boy?
Blah. Blah.
Human boy.
Huh. Horrible. Blah.
And where's he from?
Fish took him. Fish take gold.
Where's
Fish.
it?
Fish at. And he like stares. Fish. And he like does this sort of thing, and he's like trying to illustrate something. You walk horse. Walk road. Finally, the one says,
Yeah. Crossroads.
as you stand there staring at him, and they translate or express this to you. They say, "Why fish wants boy?"
Fish want boy.
Do you know why the fish wants the boy?
And the one with the spear, and he kind of like gestures towards you. Why? Like he's, you would incite that he's asking you. If
Oh.
you know why they're looking for the boy, why the fish want the boy.
I don't know. If I'm asking you,
Huh?
did you guys kill these two boys?
No. Came to get the boy.
You came to get the boy. What do you want with the boy?
The one says, just like that, fish wants it, boy.
So you wanted boy?
He kind of grins as he does this, and you see the tongue in his head go like this. His little eyes, they're kind of like that fucking almond shape to them too, right? It's like this sort of.
Like a kidney.
Like Mr. Krabs. Yeah, totally. So as I was saying though, he gets excited at the idea, and you can see he has no idea. As you're just staring at him, he has no clue why he's here, but he's just excited. Okay,
Alright. I turn around and leave the house.
you do so, tromping out into the swampland once again. You didn't realize how relieving it was to have firm ground under you until you get back onto the soft earth of the swamp, and you're like. You're squaring off with your compatriots. You all look at one another. You see the bullywugs in the background.
Did you ever eventually get to the house?
I'm coming.
One after the next, the bullywugs start collecting their things and give a.
Something over there.
And
took
they
a
walk
shot at
off. They literally start to walk off with
Can
the one coming out of the
Can we
house.
get your name before we go?
The one stops. The other two are stopped, and they kind of hang there as the one stops and turns around and looks at you. He looks at you quizzically, his like eyes becoming slits as he quizzes. What do you mean, inquiring?
Some-
Name. Who are you?
Oh. Well.
Flock.
Yeah. You tried. Walk off. As the two fade away, he stops and he looks back and he gives a nod and then he walks off again.
Beautiful.
Something over in those trees took a shot at me. It's a big creature. You best be wary of it.
You should investigate. Maybe it could be a fish creature?
I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it. Smacked a tree.
As these guys walk off, camera pans against you
And
guys.
I'm coming now.
Closing the distance upon, you hear something. I want to say you hear something splashing about in the wetness beyond the brambles and brush just yonder.
It was
Coming
large
towards your
and it missed
compatriots, you hear him saying this as much. So you're hearing that while he's saying that. So you're hearing both at the same time as you're coming towards your compatriots.
I want to go investigate.
As you close the distance on them, you watch as she starts to make her way. So you can go ahead and move your character to wherever you feel safe. Okay. Closing to within 10
A
feet
random
of the
thing
bunch.
that attacked me is not our objective.
Your eyes adjusting to the darkness. As I'm assuming you guys are emitting light over here, so as I was saying, you leaving their light radius and adjusting, you can see into the darkness ahead, but you don't see much other than the, again, methane and swampland and the curdled ground making its way with the reeds around. You can throw me perception. Very good, actually. So with a 16 plus bonus, you can easily see ripples as you're sighting upon, even in the darkness, with a little bit of the light of the moon and your low light vision, you can see the ripples shining just so. And sure enough, something is under the water right there. You can see an eyeball right staring at you.
Is it like that eyeball?
Yeah, like that eyeball.
Okay.
Totally like that. Staring at you. Slightly glowing from under the water's surface.
I found the creature from the trash compactor.
It's like,
There's a creature in the water there, you guys.
as you say this and you glance away, the camera stays on you, but it like focuses on the background, and it shows like another yellow dot open up next to that one, and then two more over here,
Oh, shit.
and then two more, and then two more, and then suddenly there's an enormous splash of water as something comes flying out towards you, and a giant frog as large as your lower half lands in front of you, attempting to swallow you in one gulp.
Some monster warts.
With a crit fail, as it comes flying out, its one leg catches a hold of a branch, and it goes super dramatic, splat, directly into the mud, and just this massive geyser of mud sprays all around you as you stand there staring at it, and the legs kind of helplessly as it tries to figure itself out.
Beautiful.
Initiative, if you could.
Yes. Oh, that's not good.
Everyone?
5.
Okay. Yeah, everyone, if you could. I'm just gonna throw all this away. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna need this. And a 5 for the Andrew?
4.
4 for the Andrew. And a Cedra?
11.
11 for December. And for Toma.
13.
For Toma.
5.
For Lux. And our DM today.
After two
Oh,
face
plus
plants.
minus brings me directly to foot.
It quickly reacts from its face plant into the muck.
Actually, it's going to be stunned, restrained by the suction of the muction as it's completely stuck.
Suction of the muck show.
As it's suction. With that said, though, hey, there's a whole bunch more. Sploosh, sploosh, sploosh. Ribbit. One after the next, they leap out of the water and the brush. As they land in front of you, squaring against, they each in sequence take an action. And those actions are going to be, gosh, so many. Just as soon as I find their stats. Okay, so here we go. First one's sailing forward. Yeah, so it can jump 20 feet actually. Gotta share the wall. So this guy's gonna jump in on Toma there. This guy's gonna jump in on you. And this guy's gonna jump
You get a toad, and you get a toad.
Everybody gets a toad.
But you don't have to pay taxes on these at least. So that's cool. It's not like you can be like, oh, that toad is
licking your butt.
40,000 in gains taxes at the studio. So 12 plus a bonus, gonna be against UAC, bringing me to 16. What do I see, Toma? No? As the toad lands ahead of you, its massive gaping maw coming towards you, easily bring your shield to... Do you have your shield out? Bringing your shield to bear as it clangs against the top of the mouth. You thrust the toad away. It rebeaks as it thrusts backwards and recovers, giving a shake as it prepares itself. The one in front of Lux comes towards you, trying to wrap you in its tongue with a 19 plus bonus for 23 versus your AC.
Yes.
It wraps you ever so expertly, delivering 7 damage as it pulls you towards and bites into you. You guys watch as he's like pinched against this massive ribbon of red strapped around him, and this huge maw just crushes in, and it's like bending him, trying to pull him into its maw. This huge gaping, just devoid of care, doesn't give a shit about you, just wants to eat you, doesn't care what you're wearing, anything. So as it's doing this though, the other one comes closing in upon you. As you're watching this happen, you're like, holy shit! As this guy comes in, closing with a 16 plus 4, suddenly ribbits. It closes its mouth upon you for 7 more damage as it crushes in upon. You can throw me a DC. Hang on, do you actually get a DC? DC 13.
Hang on, it did 7 more damage?
No, it did 7 damage on you, actually. This was a bite on you as it grasped a hold of you around the torso and chest with just a loose grasp of this wet, sticky tongue that straps you like one of those sticky hands, but enormous and shitty. Not to mention the breath of the toad, right? Like, you have to imagine that just coming out. So as you're staring down this massive gullet, you can see old refuse still in the fucking gullet of the frog from where you're standing. As the fleshy tunnel that it wants to pull you into just undulates back and forth. Anyway, so with that said, lovely visual. I need a DC 13 escape save to pull away from there. Did you throw me that?
Okay, so the one that attacked me?
The one that attacked you.
You're like switching back and forth.
Yeah, as well as the same from you.
Made.
So athletics or acrobatics is an escape.
Yeah.
So when you're defending, you get to pick one or the other. When you're conducting a grab on somebody, you throw athletics. So just a note.
And what
Acrobatics
dice,
23.
D20.
23 acrobatics.
Expertly, do you manage to slip from the beast as you put one knee here, one foot there, and thrust and rip yourself out from the jaw, spinning yourself around. You pull the tongue away with a quick hand underneath and unleash yourself. With that said, you stand free of the frog.
What was the other one? Acrobatics and what?
Acrobatics or athletics, whichever is your choice. So whichever's better.
I wouldn't expect either to be phenomenally strong, but do you have either trained?
16.
Terrific stuff. You expertly managed to do the same, moving yourself this way and that, twisting desperately, adrenaline coursing through your joints as you thrust your knee into its gullet, plant a foot down against its tonsil, and pull yourself backwards. You wetly pull yourself away from the gullet of this beast, managing to spin around and yank that tongue right off yourself. You free yourself easily enough, given the circumstances. As you stand alongside the beast, you watch as the one that's closed in upon Leandra goes to do the same, and with a 19, Jesus, I'm rolling awesome. Wow. Anybody want this die? $5. Seriously though, with a 23,
After we crush the bug,
it strikes into you as well for another 7 points of damage as it crushes upon your body.
how's your health?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
What do you got, about 18 total?
Yeah, just go mine, so say like,
How many?
yeah. And then you
I'm
just
at
go
8 right now.
after you think.
And then I have to make a saving throw.
And just
Yeah,
apply?
yeah, oh yeah.
Ooh, the joy of compound attacks.
So that's
What's that? Either long rest. Long rest does it fully.
12.
Short
Terrific
rest,
stuff.
you roll your hit
There's
die,
going to be one shy, but we'll mulligan that.
or
You managed to pull yourself loose just enough that...
Wasn't that one stunned?
was sent.
Oh, fuck. That's right. I am so sorry. Oh, my God. Worst DM ever. Sorry. You're absolutely right.
I was imagining it.
See, yeah, totally. It's, they're those kinds of frogs.
Yeah.
That's right. Just, it's, that's right. It's just contact high or, that's right. Aura. That's right. Aura effect.
Yeah. So no damage then, I guess.
Sorry about that. My bad.
I can have my hit points back. I'm okay with that.
With that said, terrible. Camera sweeps off of my frogs that at this point have all performed their tasks. From there, we see Toma spring into action.
Alright. I guess I'll attack the guy right in front of me.
Terrific.
For 18 to hit.
18 smokes him.
Alright. And for 10 points of damage.
Terrific. Sorry, I'm just trying to... There we go. And... so Toma rears back, bringing his blade around through the air, stabbing into the frog squeaking out as it's suddenly struck with his blade. It did not expect to feel this way today. Sorry, how much damage? 10 points of damage. As you pierce through it, it seems to actually deflate a little bit.
Oh, that's good.
I should think so. Anything else to declare? Bonus action, anything like that?
No.
No, very good. So you put a foot into it and pull your blade off of it expertly. Blood sweeps off as the camera sweeps over to Descentra.
If I use acid splash, does it hurt other people that are around? Yeah.
If they're within the line of fire, if they're within the radius, that 10 feet, they can get hit by it.
You need to be conscious of.
Choose one or two.
This is where Greg comes in handy.
The goal is 5 feet.
Remember, friendly fire isn't.
I mean, if you put it
But
this
it's
way,
friendly
but
fire.
You don't hit
Have
once,
you-
so it wouldn't be worth it.
cuddly.
There's a particular character in Dragon Age Inquisition that has some really good quotes.
One-liners?
like that,
I love it.
yeah.
I do apologize. It is actually 10:15. I'm good to keep going. If you guys are good to keep going, we're okay. I don't know how
we
you
have
guys
to say a
feel.
fairly late start, but I'm good. I'm good to keep going until after 11.
No pressure. Seriously, no pressure.
I have to go pretty soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's at least finish the combat.
Yeah.
Okay. With that said,
Firebolt. 9.
you weave together a couple arcane words, and a moment later, the fireball sweeps from your fingertips, leading away, splashing into. 9 total. Did you say?
Against the adjacent one, or what are you targeting?
So it'd be
9 to attack, not damage. We haven't rolled damage yet.
Yeah. 2 attacks, so 9 total. Splashing against the swamp harmlessly, the fires conflagrate against the wet ground, drying it for a moment before the water seeps back in. As it splashes next to it, the frog, suddenly freaked out, leaps away from you. Or wants to, anyway. It's freaked out, so... it didn't expect that either. You know, these guys aren't used to people. So with that said, though, you splash the ground with fire, and you watch as it suddenly regards this, and its eyes widen up. More emotional reaction than you would have expected out of a beast. With that said, though, do you have anything else to declare? Anything else to do?
Nope.
Excuse me. Camera sweeps away from you as you conduct this to show Lux just to the side.
Okay. I will use my bonus action to disengage, getting to the opposite side of the one engaging Toma.
That's your bonus action?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Alright, and that giving me advantage from flanking, presumably.
Indeed, yeah, totally.
With my rapier for
Duty.
14 plus, so that's going to be 19.
Fantastic. It misses by 30, but it's fantastic.
Oh man. Presuming.
You hit him and then some. You smoked like a cheap Cuban.
Good.
Aaron die.
Seriously?
Oh my god.
Okay. So that's a 3. That's a 3. So that's going to be 9 damage.
Terrific.
In the back of the creature that
Awesome
he had already
stuff.
struck.
Striking once into him with a heavy blow for
My
9
rapier.
total damage. This one is...
The one that he had already hit.
Yeah, so it is the one with 10 on it.
I think. No, Toma didn't.
Yeah, I did 10.
You did? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then, yeah, you did 10, you hit the ground, and now it's been your turn, and now we're moving into Leandra.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Anything else to declare, sir?
Okay, so it's still
You
up,
draw
right?
back and heroically smash down into the creature with one of your blades there as the Ica splashes up, showing your face satisfied, the reflection of the thing splitting open in your eyes.
Okay, it is. So I splat the frog, having already used my movement bonus, etc. And
Okay, it's tight carapace splits apart under the hacking of your blade as the camera sweeps to Leandra.
I wield my scimitar and slice the frog in front of me.
Okay, very good. You can throw at advantage because it's stunned and restrained, as it were, and your hits count as criticals, actually, during this time. Poor thing.
as its butt's in the air.
16?
Hits, and like I say, it's a critical, so it's double damage. So it's double your weapon damage, not your bonus. So your scimitar, I think, is a d6.
Yes.
So you take 2d6.
Because it's.
Or is it a d8? I'm pretty sure it's a d6.
No, it's a
because-
D6, you're
yeah,
right.
because it's a light weapon. You can use it offhandedly. You can use like 2 scimitars, like Drizzt.
6 and then plus 3?
Alright, Salvatore writes my story. Sorry, anyway.
Oh, crits are.
So it is
You roll
6
two
total
dice.
plus your bonus.
Because
Because you rolled 2d6 there instead of the 1, so that's
Yeah.
unfortunately your critical hit. Yay, wizards.
woo.
It is
No
what it
more
is.
stability.
Yeah, right, eh?
So 9 total then?
Thank you. So, yes, your bonus being plus 3. 9 total damage that you cut into the beast for, stabbing down right against it. You find it to be more resilient than you expected, but you expected to just, pop like a balloon. It's kind of green and stretched like one. But, 9 damage. 9 damage that you crash down into it with. With that said, anything else to go?
I'm gonna move over by Diera?
Dyson here.
Dyson Terra.
The name is evolving now.
I know.
It may take on other forms by the end of the session. So, Larry, what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
We had my buddy Paul there. He came in with a character. He's like, I want to play a schizophrenic, and he comes up with six personalities, and he put some time into them, coming up with the names and everything, and he played it okay, but nobody could remember all of the names, and it was a play on the fact that I had made a campaign that had just a whole shit ton of characters, and I had all these characters in my head. They just lived and breathed in my head, but not everybody had it down pat, right? Because they didn't create the world. But they're trying their best, and etc. And Paul always had trouble with it, and we always chastised him for it. But then he comes out with this, and he's like, fuck all of you!" And it was effective. I got the point across. I was like, "All right, fine, Paul, good point. A lot of names." So anyway, that's my story. We'll move right along. How about that? Smashing down into the carapace of the beast, satisfied with what you did, you rush off, slogging through the swamp as you head back towards where your compatriot is, just stopping on the other side of. Now, the thing is, if you're passing by this guy, you know what? You can pass through her space, so it doesn't really matter. But you get to the other side of her without issue, being 5 feet out of that guy's range and staying within his attack range. You don't get an AO as a result. With that said, back over to me. So the first guy here, squaring off against Toma, ribbit back and forth, and then he cocked eye.
Crush this one?
You haven't killed it.
Oh, okay, I was on. Sorry.
And then Tom claws 4, and he attacks again, and Toma goes, "Ching! Not today, mother." As he leaps towards you, what do you do? Smash it against your shield.
Yeah.
Alright, terrific.
That's my shield.
Pushing him back, he ribbits as he lands in front of you and thinks to himself, I'm going to hit the other guy. From there, the guy who's squaring off against Lux for a moment regards his options as this guy pulls himself out of the swamp and looks upon the situation and decides he wants lunch elsewhere easier. Fucks off. He's like, no, too many. So he takes off. Meanwhile, the one that you fired the ground at in front of is decidedly freaked out. With the new arrival, he regards the situation and decides he doesn't want any of it. And so he's going to jump away. Now, you get an AO during this time, so by all means, go ahead.
I do?
Yeah, both of you do, actually.
So I can hit it with the scimitar before it goes?
You absolutely can. You can give it a goodbye present.
Nope.
Oh, with a crit fail, that's no good. You're like, ha-ha! Shit! Oh, where'd it go? So it's over there. As
Yeah.
you watch it wing away.
Or you winged your sword.
You're pretty sure it landed there.
Okay. Excellent.
As you hear it go splat. With that said, though, the camera pans across to you as you do what to it as it's leaving.
I'm gonna do the acid splash.
Does it count as a melee?
Oh, it has
No,
to be melee.
Yeah, basic weapons.
I was gonna say. Yeah, it doesn't have a basic weapon, I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
Wow.
so my
Weapons.
crossbow.
Wielded
wield
weapon.
My crossbow.
Basic melee. Melee as opposed to
Well, I
ranged.
have unarmed.
You can kick it before.
Definitely
Yeah.
don't do that.
Seriously, you're just gonna have to
Okay.
kick it as it's going.
Yeah,
Punt it.
I just I punted.
So I was gonna throw me an attack roll.
8.
So giving a swift kick at the air. Fuck out of here. You didn't hit it, but whatever. You're pretty sure it got the message.
Yeah.
Whatever. It won't be back. Yeah. Fuck that frog. Anyway, so the camera pans against you guys as this occurs, and just like slides slightly to the side to show you guys giving this gone frog the finger. You know, over here these guys are squaring off against the other two. But that said, the one that's decided where it's wanting to go decides that Lux looks delicious, and then goes after Leandra. So with a 6+4, it leaps through the air, coming across at you, deciding that if his friend doesn't want you, he's gonna have you. But unfortunately for him, you're too quick. As it comes flying towards you, flash up the scimitar, and it doesn't know what that is, but it's scared of it, so it comes up just short. Not wanting to close in on you with a 10, it doesn't quite come towards you. With that said, the tongue kind of flaps around as it's deciding what to do, but the camera swoops over to Toma.
And I got advantage on this one because he's flanking with me.
That's true, yes.
Alright.
So,
Yeah.
like,
You get used to them, you get used to them.
22.
That'll hit.
There's lots. It'll take me a while.
Well,
Oh, or 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage, terrific stuff as you cut into him.
it's one of those things where
Mathing,
like,
13.
the more you've done it, the more it just becomes like fairly quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a system. It does take a little bit to learn. So advantage essentially means you get
Cool.
2 rolls.
As
And
Toma
take the
rears
higher.
back and just brings his blade down, crashing into him, smashing down on the carapace of the frog as it tries to eke out its existence from under your blade. It fails, and you cleft open another wound. From there, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Camera sweeps to Descentra just to your side. Standing aside the one frog that's closed in on Leandra, you stare down at this massive thing. What do you do?
I conjure a firebolt.
That sounds fantastic.
How many spells do you get?
Firebolt's level 1.
It's a cantrip.
It is a cantrip, yeah. So that's an infinitum.
Pew, pew, pew.
Totally.
Reduce
I can
flanking
do
for
that.
the druids.
You're good, yeah. You fire into
Okay,
it. You're
17.
fine. Terrific stuff. 17? How'd you get 17? Oh, to hit. I'm being an idiot. Sorry. Yes, you totally smoked.
I'm like,
Oh my god.
what?
I'm like, wow, that's a hell of a fireball. You're level what? Wait, what game is this?
Powerful fireball.
Sorry. You totally smoke it. As you weave a couple arcane phrases, the next thing you know, the fire emits from your hands and strikes down into the little beast. As you watch the flame writhe across its body, it seems to go translucent under the flame as it seems to bubble underneath. You're boiling the frog from the inside out. It starts to kind of expand like a bubble as you're starting to cook this thing off. But in any event, how much damage?
1d10.
Oh, wait, which one's the 10? 3.
Still a respectable, healthy amount of damage at level 2. Giving you 14 on him. Terrific stuff. It's fabulous. You splash down with the heat wave, giving it a light tan. But that said, the camera shoots off to anything else, bonus action or anything else you'd like to do.
Where are bonus things?
You probably don't have
Yeah,
any bonus.
To be honest, as a
actions.
wizard, I asked that just in completion if there's anything else like somebody wants to
Okay.
do, but as a wizard, you don't actually have
You can
any
also do
bonus
things
actions.
like
You're
equip
good.
weapons. Move wouldn't be. Except for me.
Can you only do one, like,
Move.
action?
You could
Yeah.
totally move
Fire.
just
You can only
because.
do like one
What's
action.
You can
Yeah.
move
Like
anyway,
Attack,
yeah.
spell.
That's not a bonus
It's not a
action.
bonus
A bonus action
Yeah.
is, you will usually say a bonus action, it's a free action that you can do.
Okay, and that would be under what? Under actions?
If you actually go to actions, there's a bonus
Equipping
action.
something and working with an
through weapon
object.
fighting. I do have a bonus
Here
action.
too, if you see
Yeah,
those with bonus
everyone
action,
actually does have
that'll show
basic
you
two
your
weapon
bonus
fighting.
action.
Two weapon
Do
fighting?
quartersnaps have
Okay, I'm like, I
double-sided
don't even
They
know.
have like,
Yeah.
in
like say a
fifth?
dagger
Yeah.
each hand.
Okay, that is something that
both hands.
mechanically might be
She
necessary.
yeah,
for her
she
to
totally can do.
understand.
Quarterstaff is a D8 wielded two-handed, or D6 if you hit twice with it.
Yeah, you can.
And D8 magical with Shalala.
It's truth, very much so, actually.
Yeah,
So,
I
A
don't
little
have
extra
a weapon.
complexity.
I don't
It's not actually.
what kind of weapon would you
when
have?
you built your character, you should at least have a
Oh, I thought
dagger.
my weapon was the crossbow.
A melee
Oh,
weapon.
grab a melee weapon too while you're at
Just
it.
grab a dagger.
Just grab one.
Honestly,
Yeah,
a dagger is like worth like $1 or something.
I thought I could only have one.
Yeah,
I
if
think.
you-
No, by all means, you can load yourself right up.
Yeah.
You can walk out looking like you sell them if you want.
Yeah.
God knows I know some players do. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Where are you
like,
keeping all that? What? You played Doom,
Yeah,
you played
just go
Quake,
back
you
to,
just
like,
have
your
this
page
stuff.
there.
Like, come on.
Yeah. Like,
This is my 9.
technically at level
Oh my
2,
God,
should we have had
okay.
higher starting build or
Yeah,
something?
no. Push the top.
That's why fighters have like 200 gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I tell everyone just take
With
max
one-
gold. I don't give
And
a
then
shit.
go to
Secondary.
equipment.
Do we get any
And then
XP
go
for that
manage
spider that we
equipment
killed
at the
like an
top.
hour ago?
Oh, I just give it all out at the
And
end.
then
He does
Just
milestones, so
like,
basically just
Oh,
not-
decides,
not in
okay,
here.
You're now.
Not an open game.
Okay.
In open game, I do points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
thought
No,
we were
I
gonna-
only do the milestone during Curse of Strahd, the campaign,
Oh, okay.
or
was it
other
like?
adventures if they say so.
Oh,
Like that's
okay.
specifically why. But yeah, in this case, it's totally
Totally
points.
quarter staff.
So I mean, I hand them
Yeah,
out for
which is-
role playing
Just
jokes
like
and
that.
too. So I mean, you know, it's
Yeah.
part of the game.
Yeah. Love it.
Depends on
Um,
what kind of weapon you want to use.
easy reward
Use a
gameplay.
Yeah.
What's
You
the
know.
staff again?
people are all about that instant gratification.
Yeah.
5 experiences for talking to me.
Oh,
There you go, right on.
thank you.
Hey, you want 100 experience?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
$5.
Mm,
I also
yeah.
do DLC.
Yeah. Oh.
Here's 6 grand.
Right? You're level 20! Thank you, buddy. Game's over, everybody. Good night. You're just like, I'm level 20.
You
Oh, we're
blink,
going
you
home.
beat the game.
Right? Yeah, totally. You win D&D, everyone. Good job.
Hell yeah.
Does it matter which one?
A dagger would, or something
Yeah.
like that would be recommended.
Whatever you're comfortable with, but a dagger is universally useful and
Has some
what's the word I'm
utility.
looking for? Useful is what I'm going to go with. But that thing that you need in the nick of time is one of those things that you should always have is a dagger.
Yeah.
And you just pick the regular one?
Anytime
Yeah,
I
just
go out
the-
yeah,
adventuring,
just
I'll
not
have a
anything
primary,
magical
a
at this
dagger, and a ranged, whatever that ranged looks like. It could be a heavy, or it could be a
Yeah.
hand.
Technically, if you want to go nuts with daggers, you can start
Yeah.
hucking the things out at
Thank
people.
you.
You can get throwing knives in there too now, actually.
Yeah, daggers count as a.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everything's a throwing knife if your strength is high enough. Like
No, specifically, daggers are actually not shit when thrown. They're actually quite liable to just be hucking daggers.
no, it's true. Light weapons, dexterity things being dexterity weapons. Like your scimitar being a dexterity weapon would be a good thrown weapon that way.
Right.
I thought there was
it's
something
literally
specific
just-
about dagger, though.
There might be that I'm forgetting. I don't know. If there is, please tell me.
Yeah, I'll check.
I'd be really.
I'm pretty sure there is like a thrown property on daggers specifically.
Oh, maybe actually. There probably is. Now that you mention it, I forgot about those altogether. Anyway, getting back to the game because we should wrap this up. Sorry, we're meandering
It's okay.
so badly.
I'm done.
You're done?
That was it.
What did you do? It was you did
You added the score on. Now it's 14.
terrific stuff. Good talk. All right. With that said, you heroically splash the flame upon it, giving it the 3 damage. With that, it burbles up towards you, kind of wriggling as it appreciates this. Although it's hurting, it's warm. From there, it's over to Lux. If you could regale us with heroism.
Okay. Disengage.
He heroically runs away over to the other one, where he actually you don't technically. I'll just rule that they're close enough. You can like sidle over. You can keep your bonus action. It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
down with
I
it.
wasn't sure how close they were actually because
end
the
up-
scale
they end
was
up within 5
originally a
feet.
lot
You're good.
bigger. Okay. So engaging to that one
I got
and
a
setting up
notification,
a
nothing
quick
there.
flank. And striking first with my rapier. with
Huzzah!
advantage, hitting
Seven.
that one, and then with my.
I'm excited. I don't know why.
19 on that one.
Yeah!
Kill the frog!
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Slaughter
Okay,
it.
so in total,
Kill it. Murder it. This game is so much fun. It's such a nice, relaxing,
damage.
peaceful thing to do with friends.
Love
8.
Kill it! Just murder it! Experience! Loot it! You can take its parts! Like the
12
dude off
damage.
happy.
12 damage as I strike with both weapons
Hell yeah.
and surprise the creature.
Striking into it from behind, shoving your blades into it. One after this. Sorry, 14 damage?
12.
12.
With
No,
my
wait,
short
yeah,
sword and rapier.
Yeah, this one's still 32. Bring it to 26 points of damage as you splut into it. 2 skewers down. It geysers ichor towards you, splashing upwards in massive streams. It starts to like kind of peel away from where you stab into it as the skin loses consistency. It starts to like kind of rupture and push its own innards out. Anyway,
Where did you get all these
It's a
extras?
balloon. It's a balloon.
so
He has a hand.
you listen to me long enough, I start to repeat myself a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
From there, we swivel to look at Leandra from Lux once again. Just yonder, it shifts over his head as he's stabbing it and shows you kind of like nodding as he does this. I don't know. Or what's the expression on your face as he's just stabbing into it and like
Yeah.
looks like the stabbing is directed by Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, sorry. As you're a heroine. Let's hear about it.
My scimitar is flown away, so I'm gonna take my quarterstaff and bludgeon the frog in front of me.
Sounds fantastic. You
little
swing
striker
mightily. One strike into it. Do you want to hit it twice or just once?
Twice.
You gotta roll twice for it, is the only thing. So 16 plus bonus absolutely smokes it. You take another swing. Wow, look at that. Another perfect strike. Bam! Bam! One after the next. 2d6s if you could, please. Plus strength bonus.
On the first one.
Strength. Where am
So if you're looking at your attacks, it actually take on it as under
I? Oh, I don't add
actions.
anything on my strength bonus.
Oh, no, not on your second one. That's right. On your first one you do, but not on your second.
I
Yeah,
have no
only
s-
the first one. But
That's
that's
I
right.
have no strength to add at all.
Oh, okay,
Anyways.
never mind.
Yeah.
Perfectly
No strength.
fine. Al, you know what? You can go ahead and add it to the next one. I don't even care. It's totally okay. Seriously though, with that said, it was, sorry, how much damage? 4 total? 4 total? As you slap it with your wooden stick ever so mightily, bringing it to 30 points of damage. One after the next, whack whack! Dexterously do you do this, causing it to rethink its existence. From there, it pans across to the one in front of Tomo once again, as it desperately squares off against you. Having decided its own fate, it jumps against you, attempting to swallow you. Do or die is this frog's motto. And once again, you catch it on your shield. No, fuck you, you dumbass. God damn it. Big stubborn and stupid.
Apparently.
Anyway, as you catch it against your shield easily for the 3rd time, you just shove it to the side. You can't help but feel like a little bad for this thing at this point. In any event, as this thing tries mightily, and you can see the lips like desperately clenching over your shield as it's staring at you with this beady eye, and you just like kind of can see this. What's your expression actually? Are you angry at this thing for trying again? Mighty, like fuck you.
Get off
There
my
you go.
shield. Get off.
From there, the camera sweeps across to show the other one. As it squares off against Leandra, stabbed by you, it leaps forward, trying to bite you almost out of reaction.
Ah.
Doesn't even know what to do with itself. As it comes towards you with a 14 plus 4, it swallows into you as it bites again for 7 points of damage, crushing against you. As the tongue doesn't even wrap you, it just kind of slaps against you, desperately, wetly, unsure of what to do. It's just bludgeoning you. Just sloppily, soppily. It's just kind of sticky, but not really. It's so sad. Oh, as it crushes against you, you feel bad for it, you, everything. What the shit? Anyway, with that said, 7 points of damage. From there, the camera sweeps back over to Toma.
Alright, I'm gonna try to finish this bastard off
Do it.
with 9.
Get this frog off of me.
Terrific stuff. With a 9, you're actually gonna miss.
Yep.
as you're like, time to die. Take a lazy sweat. Fuck. What am I thinking? Over there. Anyway, camera sweeps across from your reflection in the frog's bemused face.
Scratching the back of the sword.
Right there you go. Cameron sweeps over to
Lovely
Dicentra.
ichor on your back
I
now.
whip out
Yeah.
my dagger and I stab the frog right in the eye.
Remembering that you had a dagger the whole time, you suddenly
Yes.
produce a dagger. Bringing it
You
forth,
have
you
advantage.
stab into the dagger expertly, righteously, heroically.
Okay. You have advantage, so you can actually do
Oh
your
yes,
attack
because you're
roll.
flanking.
If
You
you
have
roll
2d20s.
2d20s, take the higher
Okay.
of them as your attack roll.
Please and thank you.
So polite.
20 and so 24.
That misses by 80.
Yeah,
But yes, it
natural
smokes
20.
it.
She got a
Totally.
natural 20 crit.
Oh, nat 20?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? We'll fucking mulligan it. It's 30 damage. Double damage. Good mulligan. It could be nice. Let's see what you roll. So it's a d4 times 2 as you crit on this. So that 4-sider, that triangle one that you had in your hand there, totally it.
Oh,
Roll
this
2
one?
of those,
Likely no strength modifier.
and you're adding your dexterity bonus. Oh, 3 and a 2. Look at this. So 5 plus bonus.
And yeah.
It's a dex.
You might do this. You might do this.
Where is it?
Would be 2.
Yeah, if you have the weapon shown as a threat under
Plus
actions,
two.
it's a.
Fucking hey. All right. So you stab into this thing, and it's actually
That's all that
as
does
you
for-
schwink, yay! Ever so ninja-like, do you come towards it and stab down into it from a pinprick to a large hole? Do you push the blade into this frog, separating its snout open? It's like, and the tongue flies out to kind of try and strike you, but it seems to lose gas too fast. The tongue comes out and lazily slaps into the swamp. Sloppily does the mud splash about as the whole of it just deflates, and it seems to die almost the moment you hit the dead button in its snout. From there, you pull the dagger out,
Found
a
the
little bit of
offspring.
green and black,
I killed it.
a little bit of green and black snout bits trail out, all sticky-like, and a bit of a river splashing into the swamp at the feet, at your feet, as you stare at the fleshy mound that slumps down in the middle of you three. From there, the camera sweeps over to Lux.
Okay. Moving over.
As you spin about and face off against, you step into position, flanking against the frog.
Stepping into the position, yes. And
Squaring up, you pull your blade, bringing it about.
okay, taking advantage and using my. So that's my bonus, which means I don't get the other weapon.
Dude, the music's dramatic. Come on, roll the dice. Roll the dice.
17 plus, so that's 22 to hit.
Wait for it.
22 to hit.
Totally smokes him. Totally smokes him.
For that's plus 3, right? 13 points of damage as I take the
Fabulous.
rapier to
That
the
adds
rear
him
of
and
that.
then some. As you bring the blade about, go ahead. I mean, whatever you're doing.
Okay, the rapier striking the back of the creature exits right through, cutting its spinal cord as it collapses to the ground in two deflated strips of flesh in the muck. The sound making a splashing and gurgling sound as the air pockets escape the creature's remains.
It's a bit of a rattling of the spinal column as it flops about from the escaping gases. As the camera pans against the quiet scene, kind of like fades to black, and then it fades up a moment later as you guys are where. Because you guys wouldn't stay here, so it's like, at this point, as you guys are standing here amidst the corpses and whatnot, it shows your heaving faces and chests as you're standing amidst each other, sweaty, covered in guts of frog and God knows what. Bits of swamp that have caked up.
Yeah, that's a lovely ichor. You got
Hey, how you doing? Oh, it's intense in here.
slimy frog saliva all over you.
God.
Bits of like sticky ribbon. Oh,
We need a.
you've lost a buckle, a button.
Need some good berries.
That would be handy. Looking upon the shack,
I need a
and the dead
snack.
frogs nearby, and the bullywugs have left. Or have they? You're not quite sure. Maybe they'd come back, who's to say. But you look upon the shack just ahead as possibly a point of respite for the moment.
Good
Good
idea.
idea.
Yeah.
I need some of my hit points back.
Yeah.
Go inside, take a long rest.
You may as well use your spells to produce some good berries.
As you head inside and look upon the corpses of the boys, you realize you may have forgotten about something. As you stare upon their lifeless bodies.
Scimitar.
Oh yes, of
My
course.
scimitar.
You pull your scimitar out of the ground as you pull it out and, of course, clean it,
Yes.
sheath it. Receiving your weapons, your javelin. You already grabbed your javelin, actually. And whatnot. You sight upon the corpses of the boys. I don't know if anybody's going to do anything about that, or if you guys are just going to kind of curl up next to them or smoke them if you got them.
I'll push them in the corner.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll throw
Ew.
throw
Do
a
they
rope
have
over
anything
them,
in their
hide 'em.
rags?
Yeah.
Do you want to loot the little boys?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
We should
Right.
investigate.
Do you want to search them for drugs?
Oh,
So anyway. Just a pat down, you know, you should check the little hole. Anyway, so you shove the bodies to the side, you give them a quick pat down. Even though you know just from a glance these poor disheveled bodies, they never had anything. From what you can see, really deep poke marks. Just in the, just above the collars and the throats, it looks like they were stabbed by spears.
Okay. That's,
And what gets you actually, as you're staring upon it, is it's a large wedge that would have struck them, as it's this poke mark that creates a slit. But you can tell it's a poke because it's gone all the way through, and as you're pushing them off to the side, it's this small prick of a hole on the back, and it's this big fucking slit through the front. And it's not exactly exacting. It's not like they're always perfectly ceremoniously vertical. They just stab people in the throat. And these poor boys were just stabbed right in the
so
throat.
looking
Game
at
of
the
Thrones
spears
style.
of the,
Froggy.
They totally look different from the spears that the frogs had.
Oh, okay.
The spears that the frogs had actually were very simple pikes. And if you remember the catch collar. So oddly enough, eh? Now I just want to note the frogs, actually the bullywugs spears, while they were simple pikes, did have metal tips. I didn't note that earlier. They did have machined tips, it looked like, after a fact machined. A handle that should be forged, if you
Did
will.
they take the tadpole with them?
Yeah, they took their catch pole.
Okay.
They kept grabbing it after all. They had it for a
Yeah.
reason. So in any event, you make note of this, the idea that they had a catch pole for this boy. Right? So anyway, there you sit amidst these corpses, having sighted upon the blades that would have ended their lives, situated in this little domicile, this shanty in the middle of the dungeon, in the middle of the swamp. And for anybody who's curious, you can go outside and stare at the sign, and sure enough, it says "No curs allowed." It's like kind of marred in the center.
It's
Paints.
it's like a clubhouse for the boys.
yeah, that's what we expected.
That's what we're looking for.
Yep.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go soft a couple of the frog legs.
It's not them.
You do so. As the camera fades to black on this, and we see you settle down, and zoof, zoof, zoof. Maybe we get kind of the Tom Hanks talk gif.
I'll remove the bodies move them a fair distance, perhaps 100 feet from the.
Give them a proper burial in a frog that's passing by, for sure.
Well, burning them actually.
Terrific.
On the flattest.
Do you want to throw any religion on this or anything? Are you performing a rite?
No, mainly just eliminating the bodies.
Just
and
disposing? That's fine.
disposal.
Did you want to have any part in this at all? Oh, Paladin?
No.
No? You're good?
I
You're
just
like
want
the
the
dead are
legs.
dead.
Yep.
Do they taste like chicken?
They do.
As you stand there, it shows you kind of like
I got my
billowing.
chicken legs. I'm gonna cook them up for everybody.
Next to your fire. You're not even doing anything. It's cooking itself. You're just like, awesome.
Yep.
And it shows you walk in, just you look upon him as he's cooking this, and then you kind of stand there. And you're just like billowing, awesome. Like the hair's flowing and shit. And the fire's billowing, awesome. And it kind of goes into slow-mo, even though everything else is still totally moving just at normal speed. The fire just slows down. It's like amazing. Anyway, it fades to a moment later. It shows you guys eating it in a bit of a montage as the night proceeds.
Yep. I'm a good cook.
Yeah.
Credits begin to roll. It's about 11:15, and I do apologize for running as late as we have. But that said, I hope you had fun,
Yes,
and next week we will continue the story as we find out what happened to the boys, and the boy, and the ransom, and etc. Curtis, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What was your favorite part?
It was a good session. Interesting to have kind of little less structure. Using the table and the fog was obviously awesome. Good cinematics and
These all.
yeah.
Oh no, that's just.
I thought it was a really good
Purple
session.
ones.
Interesting to kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah.
They're better than the-
Interesting to
most
see
of the
what
ones that were there.
what's coming up ahead as we look for 'em.
At least I can see the number.
Good on. My man, Jerem, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What's your favorite part? What's the least?
I liked it all. Once again, I
Oh,
liked
yeah,
your,
you
I
have
liked your
watermelon.
setting. Least favorite part, just the beginning, trying to figure out what to get going. You know, a
Fair enough.
little bit of not enough direction, I guess,
Yeah.
maybe.
Oh, least favorite part when the old woman knocked me on my ass.
Oh my god,
My
eh?
favorite part.
Big black lady just throws you down. That was crazy.
Trying to take down a fat lady.
Just get thrown. Right on.
Answers now.
Taryn, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What was your favorite part? What'd you like the least?
I thought it was pretty darn cool. I was not expecting it to be so,
A bit involved.
involved. Probably the worst part was to me not knowing kind of what to do, how to
Right,
say
yeah.
things, and
Sure. You getting it? Yeah. You feel like you're getting it?
oh well, I mean, I'll get it. I'll
Yeah.
get it.
Right on. I feel like
Don't
you're
want
getting
to annoy anyone. I think.
Nah, you're
that's-
doing awesome.
Fine.
You're doing great. Cool. Right on. And welcome aboard.
Thank
So,
you.
Shannon, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you part? What'd you like least?
Definitely your bullywog voice was like.
Oh.
No, you're a great DM. Like the very few sessions that I've done, it was like very like no one knew what they were doing. So to
Yeah,
have someone that's like that kind of knows what's happening and like is experienced is nice.
No doubt.
And I love the miniatures and like having that visual.
Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
Imagination. Who needs that? This is D&D.
Yeah, exactly.
What was your least favorite part? What'd you not like?
Just getting my stupid account set up at first.
Fair
but
enough.
I like the app. Like I'm gonna go home and like actually go through and see.
Give it a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The app itself is almost useless compared to the website.
Oh, yeah. You don't want the app.
Right,
You want
yeah,
the, you want
yeah,
the
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Is there somewhere where I can like look up how to say things when we're playing, or is it just more like you come and you do it and
A
Yeah,
lot
so
of
that's-
that, a lot of that varies DM to DM in my experience. Like it's just kind of the platform style of like the way people operate.
okay?
Some people assume a lot more or less, depending on what the players say. I think Dooley's a pretty relaxed DM, so it's not generally a problem.
Okay.
You're chill.
I like to think so.
Yeah. I like your DM screen as well. Right
Which one's
here.
that?
A little.
A little DM screen.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's this
Did you that after I caught you fudging a roll?
Oh, this thing's been in existence.
Oh, okay. I just didn't.
For
notice
quite some
it.
time, actually. Mike, who built the table, he brought that in. He's like, "You think you can use this?" And I was like, "Sure, I think."
Yeah.
And I just sat around. I wasn't sure what to do for an age. And then the problem with the table for me always was just my shit falling into the table. So eventually this happened.
That's
One of these days, what we want to do, when I actually decide on exactly how I want it to work and look, is to put little walls in here for everybody, and then a light that follows around is one thing, and then also it would be a cap for the lid to rest upon, and then it would be this elevated map, and the table and the cameras would be like in line such that the cameras would see the table more.
yeah.
He
as
also
well
has
as
a
people.
board he puts down when we're just
there's a
stuff
bunch of them on
like,
the
like if we're
tabletops.
doing grid in a room or something, it's obviously not a sand pit then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah, stick around. There's a lot to see.
Oh, yeah.
If you'll have me, I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, if you want to play regularly, I mean,
Down.
the seat is yours. That is it. I'm looking for regular people. Is what I want to get back up to, is a regular crew of having just Monday's D&D day, and that's what I do. So
Wants to make sure everyone's regular, so have your fiber.
Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
At the end of the
Crews
day,
all around. I'll do this next time.
like I was saying before, at the end of the day, it's attend as much as it's fun for you. So I don't want anybody feeling obligated. The only obligation I would say I ask of people is please let me know in advance if you can't make it for whatever reason that may be. And the reason I ask for letting me know in advance is I can fill a seat, because it is a bunch of us that want to play. So, you know, if we don't have enough people, then I can't run games, so it goes. So that's really the only obligation that I put down. Otherwise, you know, as it stands, if you're having fun is the only other thing to expect of anybody, right?
Have fun, guys.
I know. Which I hope everybody did have fun, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Great
it was
session.
awesome.
Thank you.
So next week we may have 2 new people, and then that kind of tops us out, really. It becomes the 6-person game
Love
again,
it.
which should be cool.
Is it just Mondays or Mondays and Fridays?
So I run 2 games. I run a Monday game and a Friday game.
Okay.
And Celeste, actually, my wife, she plays in the Friday games as well. And so there's me, her, and my buddy Mitch, and a fellow named Curtis. He actually just got in from Australia, 20-something, works like 2 jobs, no social life, and he's just like, D&D, let's do it, you know. So comes out, has a good time. But yeah, so that's and then this is Monday right now. So
Mondays work really well for me. They're my one day off. So
well, perfect actually,
there
because
you go.
actually work has been the biggest killer of the sessions of late in summer. And to be honest, I've been doing this for like several years, and it's always like this. If you don't have people that have like regular jobs that they've had for 20 years, then you know things change. So it's just the way of it. Change happens, and it just so happens that it typically happens around seasonal changes. So you know, summer comes, winter comes, people move away, people come in, people go on vacation, etc., etc., etc. So, like I say, the undulation of the population at the table. But no, the thing that excites me the most is I think everybody really plays well together, and I'm happy that everybody can make it out. So, thank you very much for coming aboard.
Thank
Glad
you.
had fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7 a.m. next Monday?
7 p.m. next
7
Monday.
a.m.
7 a.m.
Oh,
Hey, you.
That's a
Yeah.
keener.
Coffee.
We got a real keener here.
Depends on
Coffee dailies
Canada.
blew up.
Canada Day's fallen on some weekends, and it's ended up being like all-nighter sessions and whatnot. It's happened in the
that's
past.
true, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. I don't really
Yeah.
do that sort of shit.
I am off on Monday, like long weekend Mondays. I am off on.
Cool.
Because I work at a vet clinic. So
Right
I
on.
closed on like
Maybe that's where I know your face from.
maybe. You have a dog, a cat?
No, I work in the animal industry as well.
Where do you
so
work?
I have my own pet grooming business.
What's it called?
Soda Pups.
Do you cats?
I do.
That's cute.
It's a cute name, that is true.
It's a 50s style.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's
It is actually.
That's awesome.
I really do.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything else really. As far as how to express yourself in game, really just get out there is where it is. Just don't be afraid to pipe up. And you weren't here. I think in as much as you say, "Oh, but I don't know," I think you're doing good, and I think that's important. That we have that kind of chemistry here, that everyone feels confident, and I'm happy about that. Like I said, I've been doing it a long time, so I've seen a lot of sorts of people, and it's always fun for me experiencing new people and playing a very different game from everybody else, because it's this idea of presenting a story and reading from the book for the last however long that I have been running Curse of Strahd. It's been very regimented, very structured, as you said, and so now I'm delivering this. This was all made up on the fly for the most part. I had kind of a plot line in my head of who done it. And ideas for how to push you guys in that direction, hoping that I was correct about the skills that you would have taken, because I really didn't look over anybody's stuff. I just kind of assumed that you guys were certain things. When you said Elven Druid, I said, okay, we'll work it in this way.
Yeah.
So it works. And like you said in our first session, it's very loosey-goosey. It's very what's the term you use actually? I can't remember what it was.
Dynamic, fluid.
Fluid, maybe? I can't remember. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so.
You've had so many adjectives
Ad hoc.
before.
Well, when you're trying to remember a specific one that somebody else used 3
I mean,
or
you've
4
had a few
years
joints
ago.
too, so.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
none of my drinks and whatnot. It adds up. I get what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. Fortunately, me going home doesn't involve me driving anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, too much, and I still have trouble getting home.
You can't find the door.
That's a problem.
Right. right? That's why you stay away from too much.
That's kind of like Josh.
Yeah. When you see him out on the lawn, you know he's had too many drinks.
Yeah, no doubt, eh? Are you DMing tonight? Somebody's rolled a 1.
You definitely lost.
Natural 1 to alcohol tolerance.
It'd be neat to see some jokey expansions like that. I think I don't know. It feels like that would be comedic. You can take upstairs like game mechanics for alcohol tolerance and whatnot.
Yeah.
Although at the end of the day, I could also see somebody breaking it all down so there was like a bunch of percentiles for your food, your water, your alcohol tolerance, your I guess drug tolerance, and then maybe they break it all down there too. Like certain kind of alcohols have certain amounts of potency, certain drugs have potencies, certain foods have potency, certain like literally a food would have potency. You eat beef, you're heavier, it lasts longer. You eat chicken, it doesn't last as long, it's lighter, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. You'd have to get into it, right? But and then you apply that to the game and
way too many spreadsheets for this system.
Like literally, you eat dinner and you have to sit there calculating shit out, for 5 minutes while you
calories
write in
and sodium
percentiles.
and moisture content.
Yeah.
No, you'd make it basic. You'd make it percentiles
Yeah.
in addition, and it'd still take you fucking
Yeah.
however long. And what'd you do? Oh, this session we got up, we had breakfast, and then I bought rations. It's epic, dude. It's fucking epic. I almost didn't make the rations. Yeah, dude, seriously.
Yeah.
You should see it. I put it to music. I put it to the entire works of Ludwig van. The entire works. It was a long session. Sorry, anyway, I'm meandering here. But I could see somebody getting really fucking retardedly detailed with the system.
Yeah.
But no, I like playing it kind of open and accessible and loose and letting people figure their way through shit, and so you gotta every player has their own way of doing things. You know what I mean? Like every player has their own way of approaching and representing, etc. And me too, right? Like I'm a player too, so it's always a challenge to let people express themselves and know when they don't want to, and get them through to the other side. Or to just deliver it and move on, you never know when somebody wants to put it forth or not. So, but yeah, don't ever be afraid to pipe up. I'll totally step aside. I'll totally let people fucking take over. It's your character at the end of the day. And my worst habit, you can be like, Dooley, let me play my character, is I will role play your fucking character. Like, you go in here, you give a grimace on this, I'll tell you what your character, don't let me do that.
Yeah.
You tell me what your character's personality is. I have a terrible habit of that.
Well, I remember having discussions with him about what happens when people aren't able to show up, and your solution is essentially they disappear into a void and then come back the next session, whatever.
Depending on the circumstances.
Plot justification.
Yeah, exactly.
Possible, but
there can be different explanations for stuff.
Yeah, if you can think of something, run with it. But otherwise, and I've run sessions in the past, back when I used to play 3.5, and because I did DM back then, and I'd have people or myself run the other characters for them, and then it just gets very messy. Sometimes if somebody's character dies, or they lose gear, or they feel like they're
that's sort of
there's no good solution to these types of problems.
That sort of stuff I stonewall though.
Yeah.
When it came to game, it became kind of ridiculous. I remember some people. One thing that I've
it
always
worked well for a while, and then
always had difficulty with is evil campaigns, and people wonder what happens if you do an evil campaign? You can totally do an evil campaign. It's just really hard sometimes because everybody's evil. So everybody wants a piece of everybody else. Everybody's dog eat dog, so nobody actually gets along. But everybody gets along when there's a common enemy. So the game becomes, for me, to constantly present a common enemy that everybody can rile against. But then, if the enemy is too strong, nobody has any interest in defeating them necessarily. So you have to create an emotional reason or investment of some sort for the characters to go after. Yeah, exactly. For them to go after. Right. And that can be hard when you have several evil characters because nobody has a common ground, especially if you leave it open-ended for their origin. So it's, I'm presenting all these different variables, and so you can argue the point and say, okay, well, if you give them a common origin, and if you give them a controlled environment, so you can say things like, okay, they're part of the military, so there's a controlled environment where they're regimented, they have ranks, and they have to follow the order, otherwise they'll be reprimanded, they'll be jailed, they'll be punished, executed even, who's to say, right? And so you give people a purpose, a history, a place in the world, a role, and then that directs them. So you can kind of play an evil campaign, but then the game becomes a power play, after a fashion, because what is an evil character trying to do? They're trying to overcome. They're trying to get ahead. They're trying to.
You wind up with some team kill sometimes.
So yeah, and that's the thing, is those team kills are wrought by the characters themselves killing one another. And what are they doing? They're trying to get ahead. They're trying to get to the next goal, because at the end of the day, if they kill one another, well, that player knew the risks. They knew what was up. They were coming into an evil campaign, so they're just going to roll up into the character and run with it, right?
Fred is now dead.
It's what?
Fred is now dead.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yeah.
simple
Yeah.
system of making another character.
But you know what happens? It's not that simple, because people get butthurt.
Yes.
That is the hardest part of running an evil campaign. I have had 2 people rage quit out of D&D at my table due to an evil campaign.
I can imagine
Yeah.
people would get
There's-
seriously upset
you know-
with each other. Like,
Some of the rivalries that I've seen wrought at this table will be legendary. Are the things of legend, as a matter of fact. I just have nobody to share those legends with. Actually, I do have a few people. For now. And anyway, my point is, though, evil campaigns, if you don't have a common enemy constantly, then it just falls apart, because everybody doesn't have a common goal, anything to focus on other than, self-interest. And, I mean, so be it. That's the evil way. But that's the problem in and of itself.
Ironically, the more senior your players are and the more RP they take it with, the more likely it backfires.
If it's an intelligent villainy, if it... Hitler thought he was the good guy. Thanos thought he was the good guy. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you're the hero of your own story. So if you can justify it and you can get each other on board on a common goal, then fine, you're the good guys. At the end of the day, the Empire thought they were the good guys.
Yeah.
Hey, we're just trying to bring order to a universe. Do you know how hard our jobs is? Stormtroopers, go and bring order to that planet. See how orderly everything is now? It's so much better. This is the thing, is that it has to be, and it's exhausting, is really the thing. I can say one thing about this session, is that it was RP heavy. And I mean that. It was RP heavy. And I don't say that as a good thing or a bad thing, but it is. And I think that speaks to the chemistry of the group, the sort of group, the way that everybody plays together, the way that plays into it. And it's all positive, it's all really good to see, because everybody is part of the Golden Circle. And if you don't know what the Golden Circle is a game development term. Everybody's there to have fun, be part of the game, etc., etc., etc. So that's always good. I can't remember where I was going with this.
It's alright.
I don't think I do either.
Derails.
Anyway, it's late. I do apologize. It's 11 o'clock. 11:01, as a matter of fact. My wonderful players, thank you very much for being players at my table. We'll see you next week, once again, for 7 p.m. Do explore the app. Any questions you may have, feel free to ask myself or Curtis, the wealth of information that he is. You can find him on Facebook. We can make a group for the group. And, other than that, your 20s always land on 20.
Aw, how nice.
Unrelated to the game, I had a good conversation with my buddy Chris earlier today, and you might want to talk to him. He's also doing some tech entrepreneurial stuff with regards to PHP, React development, things like that. So I think you guys...
Man, I need a job.
I know, but he's got good connections. He's been finding a lot of freelance work and things. So
Right on.
you definitely should have some conversations and do some networking with him.
Well, alright. Yeah, by all means, put me in contact with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been applying around and whatnot.
Oh, I
It's
know.
June 1st hit, and I was like, yeah, it's time to look for a job.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Okay.
Cheerio. Later,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
yeah.
Drive safe, everybody.
Never.
Okay, fast, take chances.
Exactly.
Very good.
You live like once.
Well, don't end it short. I need you next week.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll be in a car accident.
If
still
I'm
survive.
dead, you can go. It's fine.
All right.
Okay?
It's
If,
okay, I'll
if you're
be-
around right now, I need you.
I'll be in a car accident. I'll still be fine.
Okay.
When I was 15, I wrapped my car around a telephone pole, walked out
shit.
without a scratch.
Well, let's not test it. Jesus.
And then, 4 or
It's
5
like,
years-
look, man, the shark didn't bite me. I'm gonna stick my head in the water again.
Nope. 4 years ago, I got T-boned, walked away without a
Shut the
scratch.
fuck up. This is really.
Yeah. I got T-boned, like, boom.
You're gonna tell me this has happened a third
whole
time.
front of my car gone. No, before that, I turned like a curve in the road,
Okay.
and my tire blew.
Okay.
And I spun around, smoked a gigantic ass cement pillar. It hit that. My car spun around and hit a steel pipe in this dude's bushes.
What?
Walked away without a scratch. Car was wrecked. Doors were wrecked.
What were you driving?
The first time a Ford Contour.
No, that time specifically.
The time that I hit the cement post, and then the pole, I was driving a Ford Escort ZX2.
Ford's a fucking safe.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
And
Seriously.
then the third time I was driving a Ford Fiesta. And now I'm driving a Ford Fiesta hatchback.
Ow! It's awesome, brother.
Cool.
I don't know. It's like people are
That's
like, how
fucking
are you not
hilarious.
injured? I'm like, I don't know. It's like,
Oh,
are they
thank
okay?
you. Before I forget,
Yeah, so I
thank
just
you.
threw together a quick Facebook group message thing and with both of you guys. So
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
I was gonna say thank you for helping her out with that. Actually,
Oh, no
helping
problem.
Shannon with her character, getting her. Through
Yeah,
that.
I think definitely don't expect optimization from either
Whatever.
of them.
I don't expect optimization from anybody new to the game or to the group. And I'll tell you what, is because number one, you got to figure out what you want to even fucking play.
Yeah,
And I
but
should
the
have
fact
mentioned.
that
I should
Wizard
have.
had 14 decks seemed a little odd to me.
Oh, whatever. I mean, people
And
prioritize
the druid with the quarterstaff with no strength modifier. So obviously, yeah, non-optimized things,
Whatever. They figure shit
and
out.
that's fine. It's just
Function,
something.
function over, or no, flavor
It's-
over function.
It's something from a DM you have to factor into encounter difficulty.
Oh, sure. Fair enough. I think.
It's not necessarily right or wrong, it's just something to be conscious of with regard to scaling. And if there's 6 at the table, it's really not a big deal if there's some non-optimized stuff. Because, yeah, that's one thing. Like, the more you play a system, the more you are mentally think about optimizing characters. Like, your character's pretty close to fully optimized, as is mine.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, I'm never going to make something end up being completely, my primary stat is going to be my highest stat.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. But if you're completely new and you're jumping through something like a character builder
Yeah.
without kind of,
Going
okay,
through
what
it,
do I
yeah.
do? Because, yeah, like when I started with Fifth, I probably spent like 3 hours in that character builder mucking around and figuring shit out, and then, oh, what's that do? Oh, now I gotta go look that up.
There's so many options.
Yeah.
There are. It's true. And
And
I
if
mean,
you're coming in with nothing, you're gonna be non-optimized in
For
many
sure,
ways.
for sure.
And you're not gonna use your abilities perfectly.
well,
That's
like I
just
say,
the reality.
Have a good night, guys.
So as long as the
Yeah.
difficulty's scaled correctly, it's not a problem.
But at the end of the day, I think what I was gonna say is the game excuse me, is balanced towards us. I think my
Yeah.
problem is bringing on too many creatures. I'll be honest. I have difficulty with that sometimes. Balancing the number of creatures for the number of party members. I mean, balancing interest groups at times. Sometimes I feel
Well-
that things can be a bit bland, but I think this session had enough intrigue to it. I think the story is interesting enough, and I'm glad for that.
And
actually.
I think this is how I was reading it, and maybe you weren't, but I kind of feel like if you had kept them in the combat and used the enemy's abilities with as optimally as you could, we would have wiped in that fight. Those frogs are tough enemies.
Oh yeah, they are actually. You guys were doing the right amount of hit points, but I wasn't doing their full allotment of damage.
Yeah.
They have poison damage on top of that. I could have been doing an additional 5 damage per turn.
Yeah, and if the
For
other
attack,
two stuck
for attack.
in, grappled properly, they used flank attacks, things like that, we'd have been hosed. That's
But you have
just the
to
reality.
keep 2 things in mind. The poison damage not being there, I'm okay with on the basis that I didn't consider them poison toads. We're not
That's
there.
an easy modification to make.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. The other thing was the flavor for things like their grapplies. When I made them grapple you guys was when they were healthy or when they were non-stabbed, when they weren't freaking out. I really want to roleplay them like beasts. So that's the thing I'm going for in this one. I'm really putting my all into short episodic gameplays. I want to wrap this adventure out next week. I wanted to kind of wrap it out this week.
We obviously lost a lot of time. With
Well, there's that and origin story and etc. So there's a bunch of different factors when it goes into session 0. Not to mention we started a half hour late.
When you're doing a, off the cuff campaign, sometimes it's really hard to predict where the session's going to go. That's the reality.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that's
you can wind up going off on tangents.
Yeah, that's the game for the DM. When I say like the DM's playing a different sort of game, it's keep them on. It's herding cats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's herding cats. It's giving people enough bait. I think I did a really good job of that. I think
it worked really well.
Yeah.
Yes, it was RP heavy, but I don't think that was a problem that it was RP heavy.
No, you guys were intrigued.
Yeah.
The whole way through, and I I'm glad for that. I'm
Whereas,
glad
the first session of Strahd I thought was RP heavy, but it was a lot of like room investigation RP. Yeah. There wasn't a lot of interaction, and interaction RP tends to
have more of
an
impact.
Okay, what is this? Why are we searching this room? What does this mean? Okay, moving on to the next.
This feels like it's more emotionally invested. Yeah. No, that's
really well in that regard.
Right on. I'm glad to hear that actually, because I mean, really, when you're thinking about your role in the world and what I was trying to get from each of the players, or what I was trying to present to the players, even is what I mean, I guess, is like an opportunity for a presence in this world where you're representing yourself as you see fit, without having too much detail, but having enough room to grow within this framework of a realm. Like you're just you, and there's them, and you're doing you, and you're growing as you do you, and the world's expanding as you explore it. It's this free world. It's not an existing world in any sense. It's like this place outside Cormier. The place doesn't even have a name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I know that there's a town there. I don't even remember what it's called.
Yeah, I know. I've for continuity, when I used to do ad hoc campaigns, because I mostly did ad hoc campaigns.
Yeah, of course, sure.
I was like, as I was doing my session, I was creating reams of notes.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No, I have to notate a bunch of this stuff when we're finished here. Is just make a bunch of points about what players have accomplished so far, like the Bullywugs communication.
Yeah.
Like you guys not running in there and killing them, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's pretty big, guy.
I kind of
like,
did that.
Honestly, the fact that you guys didn't murder them means that I can bring them back later as a potential ally, right? And that's kind of exciting for me. I can be like, hey, these guys are dun, 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 spoiler on next week's episode of shows the Bullywugs showing up to save your ass, right? Stuff like that. So I'm excited. I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for it, and I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. And I'm excited to see 2 new people show up, because then you can rescue them from the fucking thing there, or maybe you have to fight them for the ransom. We get some player killing right off the bat. You guys have to kill the new people. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
that'd be terrible. It'd be so atrocious. Somewhat funny, but terrible. Also, you'd just be like torpedoing your group, like really. Oh, you're a dick, you know what I mean? Like, you would be a dick at that point, too.
Yeah,
so.
no. Yeah,
you want an evil campaign? That's how you get an evil campaign.
Yeah. Evil can work with more structured. Lawful certainly is. Chaotic evil is just a fucking clusterfuck.
The thing about chaotic evil is it has to have its own motivation.
Yeah, which is... When you get RP-heavy players that are doing chaotic evil, it's going to backfire. You might get a session or 2 before it bites you in the ass, but something's good.
You have a bunch of fucking Bond villains running around.
No, Bond villains are lawful. That's the thing you got to remember. Bond villains are
they all, though? I'm trying to think.
Not Jaws. Jaws is fairly...
totally
some of the recent ones were more chaotic. But
maybe it's a bad example.
If you go back in time, they've been very lawful. Like
they're not just psychopaths.
Brosnan or Pryor, all lawful.
I'm just saying, chaotic evil doesn't necessitate nuts. It doesn't
Yeah.
suddenly mean you're crazy.
No, but it means that you don't have a lot of deliberate planning.
Yeah, well,
You're a hothead.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what the hothead part-
Opportunistic.
Just like that's more the term I'm looking at.
Hothead wouldn't
Yeah,
be
that'll
out there.
work.
Hothead wouldn't be out there on the earth as a general term in my experience.
I'm
Across
trying to
the
think of
board.
objective terms that would cause for quick action, and that works. I don't.
I'm running a chaotic character right now. You know that if I was playing neutral or good, I'm going to be doing that investigation. I'm going to be pushing it, not pushing, let's go.
You know what? I don't really worry about alignment.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've never cared for the system.
I worry about alignment when somebody is really pushing their character, and if somebody's working to establish their character, I'll ask somebody what they're after that way. You know, like how far do they want to take it? What are they after from their character's representation? Like, I don't know. The most I'll ask is, is that what your character would really do? I don't know if that's what your character would do. If I know the character that the character.
Well, and that's the
player is
thing.
represented.
I've had campaigns where literally the entire first session was make the characters and do a collective backstory, show and tell / building. As that's the entire first session.
Okay, fair enough.
Like literally nothing has happened. That's the whole first session of the
Right.
campaign.
Session 0 is you guys developing your characters.
Yeah, and that's when you get a whole bunch of people that are essentially writers.
Right.
And it's almost every player is a Codian,
Yeah, right.
and it's obviously a very different style.
No, for sure. You're blending
and
together a
it takes,
story.
It takes the very
See, I've
every one
tried.
of those players could be a DM in terms of their skill
I
set.
tried to do that sort of thing with my players, and 2 particular players loved it. Nobody else took it up.
Yeah.
I entertained what their characters would do, and their characters ended up being, lords of the empire after fashion. One was better than the other tactically at maneuvering and whatnot, taking more of the leadership role. Maybe it's unfair to just say he was better, but he took that role well. He'd read, those Warhammer novellas and whatnot. Kid loved the shit. Played a lot of vids too. Had the mind for it. Loved
Well,
the
there was
shit.
a feat in 3.5. I think it was called Leadership. You could get it 6th.
It still exists.
Yeah, but oh my god, this was such a conceptual bad idea, because when you have groups that are trying to optimize, they would just get leadership and then everyone is running 2 characters,
Right.
and it just made every fight and so you have to worry about the minion characters' motivations now.
Right. See, this is the thing, is that I would hand out minions and organizations, and I would play with it all as part of the story as the DM, with a range of different NPCs that ran the city that these guys lived in. And we'd get into bickering matches sometimes about stuff, but for the most part, we'd roleplay it through pretty well. As different people were doing different things, things would shift around the city. And these 2 played well along with everything, having never said that they like it or love it or hate it or anything about it. But other people, they would say they need it or they want it or etc., and they'd never really play into it.
Yeah.
And they'd wonder why, I wouldn't
When you lose the
feed
group,
it.
like the one thing with the leadership thing that a scenario that came up, I
Yeah.
had one guy that actually got in a fight with his own companion character. He was running for leadership because
Oh my
he
God.
wound up with a conflict. So now I'm trying to DM as literally the character is playing both sides of a team kill scenario that doesn't involve the other 4 players at the table.
He's playing out his own team kill because he got into an argument with his own character.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Which was completely
It's crazy.
plausible based on backstories and stuff. Like, it was completely
sure.
justified.
This is nuts.
But
actually.
it was a
But
mess.
Really,
It was a fucking mess because I'm
Like,
like,
wow.
okay, you guys go get
Like,
coffee.
really, wow.
I'm gonna go DM like just this for the next.
I've seen this and I've kind of done this actually. I've done this a couple times where you take people aside and it's like, this is what's going on. Let's do this, and then I come out and it's like that's how it plays out. Or I will bone the player. Actually, I'll spring a surprise on them and then be like, what is this? And they'll be like, haha, this is what I told you. Stuff like that. Because I'm telling them what everybody else shouldn't know, but then they don't know something that I know. You don't know, right?
Yeah. Here's the information, but pretend you don't know it.
Right? And then at the end of the day, there's going to be stuff that you don't know that I do know. So, this is
It's a good session.
this is the thing about politics in the game that becomes such a difficult thing. If you note on my Dungeon Master website, I do have this old wiki that's just fucking full of stuff.
You managed to get dungeonmaster.ca, seriously?
That's mine. I owned it for several years now.
Yeah, that is like really surprising. Just based on, DNS and trends, that is really amazing. You managed to get that domain.
It's awesome owning it too.
I would have thought that would have been bought up, like in the early '90s, and
Hold on
somebody
to
would
it
have had
until
it
Wizards
unlocked.
pays my
Yeah.
bills. Come on, Wizards. Come on and buy for $1 million. I got like a roof to replace and shit. Please. It'll make my stream nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, so all of this right here is old shit from my old campaign.
Okay.
And so there's all these various characters. Yeah, these are all names for different characters.
Oh, this is your note system? Or
Yeah, I made a wiki.
Yeah.
This is all still on the site there. This was actually one of the characters, and then this was I don't know why this is under. Oh no, this isn't under him. Okay, never mind. This is just the trees look like shit. This guy should
The
be
tree
under.
is wigged because browsers and old got it.
No, the CSS is shit. And so I never tweaked it enough to make it obvious that this should be in line with something that has no tree under it.
Oh.
This
okay.
guy has no tree, and
The
he's supposed to be the Casa de
Lapidus.
Muerte or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, the Cazador de Muerte. It's just Spanish for hundreds of
Yep.
death. Organization devoted to maintaining of life and death throughout Tyrell.
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. So, and then I made this guy coming around this. And this is the setting. Blah, 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 blah. There's just a whole slew of stuff in here. And then, so players could publish on the show. I've actually taken it offline, the characters listing.
Yeah.
But there's a characters listing where the characters are listed by the. Oh yeah, right. Sorry, where was I? Characters were listed, and players could just decorate their own description in there.
Okay.
So they just populate their own content.
Yeah.
It still kind of supports that. I've trimmed it down quite a bit. Did a bit of work on the CSS.
Yeah.
It's still ass here, but this used to be stuff that people could add to it. They
Yeah.
haven't
So you
stopped
had,
doing that.
you had your own little collective wiki system.
That people, well, sort of. People could actually just post. I think maybe they still can post rules if they have the proper rules.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it is. Yeah, this site has the old history of my own campaign.
Yeah, I should get going. I got my dog from my folks.
No, by all means, dude. It's all good, dude.
They fed her and she didn't poop when I walked her before I came, so I couldn't really get going.
Is
so
she
I don't
gonna be
know.
like? Do they walk her at all, or?
Oh no, they did, but they fed her just before I got her, and she didn't poop when I walked her just before I came here. So she's now been like 6-7 hours since she got fed. So I'm hoping I don't have a little present when I get home.
Fair enough.
So I really should get going.
yes.
Definitely talk to Chris. I did a messenger group thing
Yeah,
with both
yeah.
of you guys so that you're linked up.
Fair enough,
I
thank
really
you.
think you guys should do some networking. He's been finding tons of PHP freelance jobs as he's been looking, and he doesn't really want to go down that path. I think his folks are a little bit controlling of his life and things like that because he
Sure.
just got out of school, but he's
We are streaming online, yeah.
that's fine.
Okay. But fair enough.
But yeah, we should
My
have-
parents used to be like that.
Yeah. Get in
My
touch.
actually, yeah, I don't know. I got a lot of parents around me like that. I'm a parent like that now, actually. But I will actually, like I say, actually, that's actually.
I have never seen this.
So that is a 40-sided die, I think. That's a 40-sided die. No, 60.
60s.
60-sided die. Pretty sure that's a 60-sided die then.
6 or 9. Do you have to roll another one to choose which? I'm confused on this thing. It doesn't land cleanly on any one number.
Let me see it.
Yeah, I've never seen that style, and I don't know how to
Have I not rolled this before? It's an 8.
roll this cleanly. Because I find like it's sitting, it's so rounded that
It's
you're
an
like
8.
sitting on two things.
That's.
I've seen a D100.
It really doesn't.
I
It
had
really
a
doesn't.
true D100 at one point.
Like, that number shows up properly, the 36 there.
Yeah.
But this, like, this is a 50.
It's
This
not
is
a
a
very
42.
clean line.
But how it. Okay, like, that's a 37. That's a 43. That's a 38. 49. 26. 30.
Okay. I guess it is.
Try it yourself, here.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Alright. 24. 12. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is fun. I thought it was. Sometimes
At first
it is,
on the paper here, it did show
it
up.
was. I think it can wind up resting halfway between two of them
Yeah.
because of how smooth it is.
I think maybe even on one side there, because it showed up twice over like that.
Yeah. But
That's funny
very,
as hell.
Yeah, I had a D100 and it was a lot different than that, but it was basically a sphere.
Yeah, die came from Wish, actually. Wish.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it came with D100, as a matter of fact,
Yeah.
as well as this D3.
Oh, I've seen D3s. Those are always fun.
Yeah. So that's neat.
Very specialized. Very. The hell.
It's random.
That's not the only type of D3 I've ever seen. That's a good way of doing it. There is another design.
I've seen so many crazy designs for dice, air quotes, in the last little while. Like the tops that are variable size and.
Well, I was watching Big
Oh,
Bang
goodness.
Theory and I Google imaged this. There's like 3 different designs for 3-person chess. For
3
like-
different designs for it.
Yeah,
I knew there was a
there's-
3-person
There's
chess.
like a spherical one, one that uses
Okay, I feel
kind
like I have
of a
seen this.
displaced angle system as
Sure.
you're
It
exiting.
looks
the
like a
3
rotary
sections.
engine.
Hmm?
It looks like a rotary engine.
The spherical one kind of does, yeah.
Okay.
The way that the connections through the center work is just like my bending. Yeah. Is it? I should really get going, but great session, man. See you
Sorry,
next
this thing
week.
was just annoying.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, by all
See you
means,
next
let
week,
me let you go.
Yeah, that's my cup there.
Oh, that's fine. This?
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay.
That's a good session.
Fair enough. We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Drive safe, my man. Cheerio. And with that, my friends, I thank you for watching. And if you've made it all the way through, my God, I mean, I still see Nixel in the chat. I don't know if he's actually still there, as it's half an hour to midnight here my time. But if you are, you're a heck of a guy for hanging out. So, what can I say? Yeah, it's been a really good session, and I thank you very much for joining us on this adventure. It's been a really great time, actually. Tonight was a lot of fun. It went really well. And can't wait for next week. feels surreal. It's just every session's been fun. It's just this is the first one where everything felt like it was popping and crackling, and maybe it was just me. It felt good. It was a good night. Was it full moon? Is that what it was? I don't know. Anyway, I should really get to bed. Thanks very much for watching. Until next time, it's been my pleasure to be your Dungeon Master, your entertainer. Until then, may your 20s always land on 20. I missed the step in there. I missed the part where... Oh, never mind. We stream Mondays and Fridays. Later all. Oh, where is it? Just the worst streamer. Just the worst streamer ever.